over the world have formal rules of attendance of members of parliament, both at plenary sittings and committee meetings. Some countries actually incorporate the principle of compulsory attendance in their constitutions or legislations, and then flesh out the details usually in subsidiary legislations and the standing orders of the parliament. Similarly, our Constitution, 1992, and the standing orders of Parliament impose formal rules of attendance of sittings of Parliament and committee meetings on all members of Parliament in Ghana without an exception. Honorable members, please listen. Many times I read formal speeches here. I sit and listen to you, and you refer to them and you quote them wrongly. Once I was reading, you were either in the conversation or you were in Alice in Wonderland. This issue concerns all of us and is of great interest to our people. So I expect you to listen in silence. Honorable members, the oath of allegiance and speakers or members' oath administered by the Chief Justice and taken and subscribed before Parliament by the Speaker, Deputy Speakers and members of Parliament impose on each and every one of us a high national calling of enormous, solemn, noble, loyal, and onerous duty to serve the people and Parliament without fail, let, or hindrance, save as accepted by law. This view is captured under a number of articles in the Constitution 1992, and the rules of practice and procedure detailed out under Orders 15 and 16 of the Standing Orders of the House. There are also conventions and customs which are crystallized through centuries of practice and are known to Parliament and not to the uninitiated. A careful gleaning of the provisions of the Constitution 1992 and the Standing Orders of the House demonstrate a procedure of how a member of Parliament should request for permission for leave of absence, and what the House, led by the Speaker, should do when the issue of vacation of seat of a member council for deliberation in the House. Honorable members, you don't have to write long memos to the Speaker. We have designed a form which you complete and pass through your leaders who make the necessary recommendation, because the whip is there to regulate the numbers who are to attend Parliament. So the long memos that you've been writing directly to the Speaker is not the correct way to go. Pass them, fill the forms, and send it through your leaders. They will go through it, and when they recommend to me, most of the time, I may not have any option than to grant you the leave. But when you write a long memo to me, I am not the one who is your whip. Don't forget that the Speaker is not a member of Parliament. And in fact, under Article 93, the Speaker is not described as part of Parliament. Honorable members, my attention has been drawn by petitions from some members of the public to a possible breach of Article 97(1)(c) and Order 16(1) of the Standing Orders of Parliament by some members of this Parliament. This statement is therefore meant to provide guidance to the entire House and the Ghanaian public on how these matters ought to be addressed by Parliament. Once again, honorable members, Standing Order 15.1 and 2 states, and I quote, "Every member shall attend the service of the House unless leave of absence has been given him by Mr. Speaker." Leave of absence may be given by Mr. Speaker to any member who shows sufficient cause justifying his absence or who is away on official or parliamentary duties, unquote. Standing Order 16.1 and 2 stresses further that, I quote, "A member shall not absent himself during a meeting for more than 15 sittings without the permission in writing of the Speaker. Any member infringing this order shall have his conduct referred to the Privileges Committee. A member shall be excused from service on the House or on any committee so long as he has leave of absence," unquote. Honorable members, the above quoted rules draw their authority from Clause 1B, C to H of Article 97. However, the subclause relevant to our purpose today is subclause 1C, which provides, and I quote, "A member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament, C, if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker, and he is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet." In furtherance of Article 97, Article 1125 of the Constitution, as amended, provides, "Whenever a vacancy occurs in Parliament, the Clerk of Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after becoming aware that the vacancy has occurred, and a by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurred, except that when the vacancy occurred through the death of a member, the by-election shall be held within 60 days after the occurrence of the vacancy," unquote. Honorable members, Order 18 of the Standing Orders also provides that, I quote, "The seat of a member shall be declared vacant by Mr. Speaker under Clause 1B to H of Article 97 of the Constitution." Order 34.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament provides, "The minutes of the proceedings of Parliament called votes and proceedings shall be a record of the attendance of members at each sitting and all decisions of Parliament, and shall be kept by the clerk. The votes and proceedings shall be printed and shall be the journals of the House." So when you are talking about attendance to Parliament, the official source, the credible source, the authentic source you rely on is on the votes and proceedings of that day. That is what assists us to take a decision on quorum of attendance. Honorable members, I have expended time to read out these various provisions relating to attendance to Parliament to ensure members, and more importantly, the general public, are apprised of the legal regime within which a member's attendance or non-attendance to the sitting of Parliament is observed and enforced. The constitutional provision of Article 97(1)(c) and Order 16(1) of the Standing Orders do not indicate whether the absence of the member need to be continuous or cumulative. As a constitutional provision, however, the issue of a member having vacated his or her seat in Parliament as a result of absence of the member from Parliament commenced in Ghana's constitutional jurisprudence under the 1957 Independence Constitution. Article 26(2) of the 1957 Constitution provides as follows, I quote, "The seat of a member of Parliament shall become vacant, b, if he shall be absent from 2 consecutive meetings of the Assembly, without having obtained from the Speaker, before the termination of either of such meetings, permission to be or to remain absent therefrom." The relevant provision in the 1969 Constitution reduces the number of days a member who was absent from Parliament would have his or her seat declared vacant. This could be found in Article 75(2) of the 1969 Constitution, particularly 75(2)(c), which states, and I quote, "A member of the National Assembly shall vacate his seat in the Assembly, c, if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker, and is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Privileges Committee from 15 consecutive sittings of the Assembly during a period that the National Assembly has been summoned to meet and continues to meet." So we've moved away from 2 consecutive meetings to 15 consecutive sittings within the meeting. A similar provision was repeated in the 1979 and 1992 constitutions, but without the operative phrase consecutive sittings. That phrase was dropped in the 1979 and the 1992 constitutions. The practice, however, proffered by sister parliaments gleaned from a research document published by the Interparliamentary Union titled "The Parliamentary Mandate, a Global Comparative Study with respect to how the absentee dates ought to be computed," appears to be that of a consecutive preference. In India, for example, if a member fails to attend meetings of the Lok Sabha for a period of 60 days or more without the Assembly's authorization, his or her seat may be declared vacant. Considering the fact that the 1979 and 1992 constitutions and now standing orders do not include the word consecutive in the computation of the 15 days, it is my considered view that the clear intention of the drafters of this constitution is to differ from the previous computation. I therefore submit with all humility that Article 97(1)(c) be read, understood, and applied as it provided for in our Constitution and standing orders, without importing any word or words thereto. I have accordingly come to the irresistible conclusion that a member who absents himself or herself from 16 sitting days of Parliament in a particular meeting without the permission in writing of the Speaker is caught squarely within the ambit of Article 97(1)(c) of the 1992 Constitution and Order 16(1) of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I must also draw the attention of the House to a decision of the Court of Appeal dated 11 December 2008 in the case of Professor Stephen Kweku Asare versus the Attorney General and 3 others, unreported, 2008, suit number H1/65/707, that is Court of Appeal. In that case, the Court of Appeal ruled that the permission granted by Mr. Speaker for a member to be absent from the proceedings of the House cannot exceed 15 days at any point in time, and that it is unacceptable for Parliament to grant a leave of absence to a member for a period exceeding the 15-day threshold as envisaged under Article 97(1)(c) and the Standing Orders of Parliament. Honourable members, it is important to recall that in the book, Reap the Wild Wind, an account of Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana from 1950 to 1966 by Geoffrey Bing, the learned Attorney General under the First Republic, notes that the Speaker could not, in the legal circumstances, grant permission to a member to absent himself or herself for more than 20 consecutive sitting days. This position was taken after the experience of the National Assembly, particularly the automaticity of the grant of the permission of the Speaker to one Honorable R.B. Ochre, who absented himself from the sittings of the National Assembly for more than 2 continuous years while seeking refuge in Côte d'Ivoire and receiving his salary. The Court of Appeal also noted the lack of clarity as to the procedure that should be undertaken by Parliament in giving effect to Article 97(1)(c), which procedure shall culminate into the declaration of a seat as vacant for reason of absence of a member of Parliament for a period exceeding 15 sitting days within a meeting, without the permission of the Speaker and an offer of a reasonable explanation to the Committee of Privileges. I'll also note the judgment of the Court of Appeal, which suggests that once a member is absent from Parliament without explanation for more than 15 sitting days, that member's seat automatically becomes vacant by operation of law. That is from the Court of Appeal. The Court, in that ruling, noted the requirement in the Constitution for the member who has been absent to be given the opportunity to provide an explanation for the absence. Honourable members, in the light of the combined reading of the provisions of the Standing Orders and the Constitution, coupled with the decision of the Court of Appeal on the question on when a seat of a member of Parliament is to be declared vacant by reason of absenteeism, the following process is proposed to the House for adoption and compliance. 1. The member must have been absent from a meeting for more than 15 sittings in that meeting without the permission of the Speaker in writing, based on the evidence from the votes and proceedings of Parliament. 2. The fact of the absence of the member without permission of the Speaker may be raised on the floor of Parliament by a member or through the vigilance of civil society through petitions. We are aware now we have civil society organizations monitoring the performance of Parliament throughout Africa. There's a network now doing so, and it includes monitoring our attendance and our conduct. The Speaker will then be properly seized with the matter to be able to refer same to the Committee of Privileges for consideration and report to the House. Members must not forget that the trump card of the Speaker is impartiality. And one of the measures you use is that the Speaker should not participate in debate, and the Speaker should never descend into the arena of conflict. And so it's not advisable for the Speaker so much to raise up the matter on the floor of the House. It's either a member who raised the matter, or if the Speaker's attention is drawn in writing by the people who represent, the Speaker definitely will not vacate his duty. He will be properly seized with the matter, and the Speaker will proceed to take action. Honorable members, number 3, the members so referred shall be required to appear and offer an explanation for the absence without the written permission of the Speaker to the Committee of Privileges, who shall consider whether the explanation is reasonable. The Committee of Privileges, after consideration, shall recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. The House shall vote on the recommendation of the committee without debate. The member's seat shall be declared vacant when so decided by the House. Where Mr. Speaker has declared a seat vacant by reason of absenteeism, the Clerk of Parliament shall within 7 days of the declaration notify the Electoral Commission for the necessary processes for a by-election to commence. Honorable members, a search on the attendance of members from the commencement of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic was conducted by the Table Office. The results of the first session were interesting and revealed that members need to take their attendance to Parliament more seriously. Honorable members, the first session of the House has already expired, and unfortunately, this issue of absenteeism was not addressed in any of the 3 meetings of that session. I consider that it would be improper to raise the issue of the attendance of members in an expired session. We are, however, in the second session and the first meeting of that session, and it will be proper to consider the attendance of members within this meeting. The evidence provided me by the Table Office indicates that 3 honorable members have so far absented themselves in this meeting for more than 15 sitting days without permission, as recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I'll proceed to mention the names of the 3 members. The first is Honorable Sarah Ajua Safo. The second is Honorable Henry Corti. And the third is Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ajapon. Consequently, as is my understanding of the provisions of Article 97(1)(c) and Order 16(1) of the Standing Orders of Parliament, and the decision of the Court of Appeal in the case of Professor Stephen Kweku Asare and the Attorney General and 3 others, I hereby refer the said honorable members to the Committee of Privileges for consideration and report to the House. Since today is the last sitting day of the meeting, I refer it to the committee, and I expect that the committee will submit its report 2 weeks after the House reconvenes. Honorable members, I trust that the Committee of Privileges will consider this matter with the urgency and seriousness it deserves, as the public interest in this matter is immense. More importantly, we make the law, and we must be seen to be obeying and complying with the provisions of the law we make. We have to set leadership by example, and I believe strongly this is one of the cases we must show commitment to what the people have elected us to do. With this, honorable members, I thank you all for your attention, and may the good Lord continue to bless us all. Thank you. We now move to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've heard your statement. Mr. Speaker, your statement is rightly placed on our rules. Mr. Speaker, where we disagree with you is your conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference.
What did you say? Where we disagree with
where
you?
I disagree with you is your conclusion. Mr. Speaker, and I make reference to our Standing Order 76, and with your permission, I read. 76(1). Every application to Parliament shall, and I think the word there is shall, be in the form of a petition. And every petition must be presented by a member of Parliament, who shall be responsible for the observance of the rules contained in Appendix A. Mr. Speaker, I heard you said, you yourself alluded to the fact that members of Parliament could raise matter that could be referred to privileges, and civil society could equally do same. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to your office, I disagree with you vehemently when you, Mr. Speaker, want to do that yourself. Because it has to be a member of Parliament who has to do that according to our rules. Mr. Speaker,
honorable member, read the standing order again.
Mr. Speaker, we'll be grateful to listen.
Read the standing order again.
Mr. Speaker, it will be good to listen to me. When I'm done, you have the privilege to make your
Minority Chief Whip.
As well, you have to first
read the standing orders again.
Mr. Speaker, I have read what I want to read, and I've stopped where I want to stop.
Honorable member,
you listen to me, and when you hear me,
will you resume
Speaker,
your
you
seat?
have to hear me first.
Will you resume your seat?
Mr. Speaker, you have to hear me first.
Will you resume your seat?
Mr. Speaker, we heard you in silence. Please, no. Mr. Speaker, we heard you in silence. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that you hear us, and when we are done, after the ruling and the decision to be taken, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely yours. But to listen to us, Mr. Speaker, you must listen to us. And Mr. Speaker, when you are making reference to the ruling of the appeals court, Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing that you left out, and I draw your attention to this, is that when that appeals court made that ruling, it concluded with this. After the court has said that the seat will be declared automatically, it went ahead to say that under the 1992 Constitution, however, it is the High Court which can declare a member of Parliament seat as vacant, without providing any reasons or legal basis for the assertion, more particularly when the provisions in question do not either explicitly or impliedly rope in the High Court. This is what the appeals court did. So, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, we agree you made a statement, but your conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the danger, colleagues, as we sit in this chamber, is this. If we allow speakers to take petition from outsiders, and so more too, with petition from outsiders, to defer members of Parliament to privileges, colleagues, will be doing ourselves the greatest disservice. Because we will one day get a dictator speaker who will simply take statements from outsiders and begin to penalize individual members of Parliament. It is on this basis that I call on all of us that to resist the attempt by Mr. Speaker to refer our colleagues to the privileges. And if there is justification, let us get one of us as member of Parliament who is convinced that our colleagues need to go through privileges to do that, and not to allow Speaker to do this. Because today we may have a Speaker that we may think will be unbiased. If we allow this to stand, it will become precedent, and tomorrow it may hurt each and every one of us. And it is on that basis that I stand to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to come properly under Order 93.5 to say this is your decision to refer our colleagues to the privileges will be challenged with a substantive motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, there is a vast difference between a petition to Parliament and a petition to the Speaker. The standing order you read spoke about a petition to Parliament. I have not taken away petitions to Parliament. And when I read the subject matter of the petitions, and I see that the petition is to Parliament, usually I refer the petitioner to the constitutional provisions and outstanding orders. And the legal office will bear me out that usually an advice is written to the petitioners to route the petition through a member of Parliament. That doesn't prevent the public or any person writing a petition to a speaker. That is different from a petition to Parliament. And what I refer to were petitions to Speaker, calling on me as Speaker to perform my constitutional duty. That is different from petition to Parliament. That is why I was trying to draw your attention respectfully to read the standing orders again. I have the patience to listen to you. I have listened to you because you drew my attention to this before. This is not the first time you have drawn my attention. But that is your opinion. The Speaker has referred the matter according to the constitutional provisions and outstanding orders to the Privileges Committee. What you read as the conclusion of the Court of Appeal is not dealing with absence from Parliament without permission from the Speaker. It's dealing with the other provisions that disqualify a member, and talked about a member having vacated the seat. It's not only through absence from Parliament without leave. And so I was clear in my proposal to you. In fact, the procedure outlined, I said, is a proposal to the House. And so that is what the Committee on Privileges will also take into consideration. And in their report, they will dilate on this for the House. If you differ from my ruling, it will definitely reflect in your committee report, and the House will take the decision. That is why I said it's not just the Speaker, even though the Court of Appeal has said that automatically, when you don't get the permission from the Speaker, you haven't given any reason, it meant that the constitutional provision has been triggered. Yes, Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted humbly to draw your attention to Article 97(1)(c), the part of your ruling or your message which indicates that after the Privileges Committee, the report is supposed to be brought here to be voted upon. Is not in tandem with the Constitution. That's without prejudice. Because 97(1)(c) does not at the Privileges Committee. And so for you to say here, I want to draw your attention that it's going to be unconstitutional. Thank you.
Minister, what ends at the Privileges Committee? What ends at the Privileges Committee? Who is to declare
a member of Parliament shall vacate his post in Parliament. C, if he is absent without permission in writing of the Speaker and is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
The addition that the report of the committee would be brought here to be voted upon is not in tandem with the Constitution.
Well, so your proposal, honorable members, I think if you listen to me carefully, the areas concerning the Constitution and outstanding orders, I have referred to all these provisions. The areas of procedure, which is not outlined, are made as proposals. And I said those proposals will guide the committee, and the committee is a committee of the House. And so when they deliberate on an issue, they will have to report to the House. And by the constitutional provision, it's the Speaker that can declare the seat as what? Vacant. It's in the standing orders of the House, I must say. It's in the standing orders of the House. And so, from that, I draw my inspiration. Because it's after that declaration that the clerk can communicate to the Electoral Commission. Are you by this proposing, Mr. Minister, that after the committee has taken the decision, the committee will communicate to the clerk, and the clerk will communicate to the Electoral Commission without the knowledge of the House? It cannot be.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with respect, I've stated the constitutional provision that it is the committee's decision. You are saying it will be brought here and subjected to a vote. I'm only guiding the the House. That's it.
Honorable member, honorable minister, I don't want to engage in a debate with you, but I have not seen anything in the constitutional provision saying that it is the decision of the committee. I have not seen that in the constitutional provision that you read. But I noted in my submission that the Court of Appeal took note of that and even said immediately you absent yourself for 15 sitting days without the permission of the Speaker, you automatically have vacated your seat. I noted that. But there must be a procedure of getting that automatic vacation of the seat pronounced by the House. And I was clear in telling you that, Mr. Speaker, by Article 93 is not part of Parliament. By 93, you can read Article 93. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I should express appreciation to you for the guidance that you have offered, because in these matters there are no precedents, and so if you attempt to guide the House, I think we should take it in our stride, except to observe, Mr. Speaker, with respect. And I'm going on a tangent that the Minister for the Interior has come. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is clear, as you have read to us, in Article 97, 1c. A member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament. The operative word is shall. Shall vacate his seat if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker and is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 16 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet. Mr. Speaker, that determination is made by the committee, not plenary. So once the committee makes that determination, in a report, they submit the report to Parliament, but it is for the information of Parliament plenary and not for us to vote on. Yes, Mr. Speaker, listen. Mr. Speaker, Article 106 of the Constitution provides, 106(13) provides, where it is determined by a committee of Parliament appointed for the purpose that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provisions of the preceding clauses of this article, other than clause 1 and paragraph A of clause 2, shall not apply, and accordingly the President shall give his assent to the bill in his presentation for assent. Mr. Speaker, bills that are referred to committees, once the committees make a determination that is of an urgent nature, they come to inform us of that decision. It's for our information, and the plenary does not vote on it. That is the truth. Mr. Speaker, again, Article 177. Article 177 of the Constitution. Article 177 of the Constitution provides of the Constitution 1. It provides, there shall be paid into the contingency fund monies voted for the purpose by Parliament, and advances may be made from that fund which are authorized by the committee responsible for financial measures in Parliament, whenever the committee is satisfied that there has arisen an urgent or unforeseen need for expenditures for which no other provision exists to meet the need. Mr. Speaker, in this case, it is the Finance Committee that will give authorization to the Minister of Finance, not plenary. That is the world. Mr. Speaker, so for you to say that when the determination has been made by the Committee of Privileges, it should come here for voting, with the greatest respect, I disagree. That is not the intendment of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I'm fortified by the imperatives of Article 1771, 1125, and of course, the one that you have I just quoted, 106.13. Mr. Speaker, that really should be what should commend itself to us. But we are all learning. We have heard you. The only disagreement that I have, Mr. Speaker, is submitting the report to Parliament for Parliament to vote on. That is not the intention of the Constitution. I thank you very much.
Minority Leader, let me listen to your able lieutenant before I come to you. Yes. Well, what I did was to listen to a member on this side before listening to the majority leader. So I was equally given the opportunity to listen to a member before listening to a minority leader. Where have I gone wrong?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I am grateful for the recognition, and I'm grateful to the minority leader for yielding to me to make the point. Mr. Speaker, Article 97(1) has been quoted repeatedly, especially 97(1)(c). I, however, will also make reference to Article 1033, Article 1033, which says, and I quote, "Committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation." Mr. Speaker, when you put that against our standing orders, Standing Order 1642, 1642, Mr. Speaker, I quote 2. "It shall be the duty of the committee here referred to as the Privileges Committee, by order of the House, to inquire into any complaint of contempt of Parliament or breach of privilege or any matter of privilege which may be referred to it, and to recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate." Mr. Speaker, I therefore submit that it is not automatic per Standing Order 1642 that the Privileges Committee ends and takes decisions on behalf of the House, because the concluding statement under 1642 says that it should recommend to the House actions as it deems appropriate for the House's consideration. Mr. Speaker, also in this Constitution, there is a procedure for Parliament to take to remove a person from office or to put a person in office. And we are talking about members of Parliament who are in office, and it is not limited to committees to determine how those people are put in office or out of office. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this. I thank you.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to your directive and your referral of 3 of our colleagues to the Privileges Committee, I have difficulty accepting your legal and constitutional justification for that referral. And Mr. Speaker, I do so coming under the same constitutional article of 97(1). And Mr. Speaker, 97(1) reads, a member of parliament shall vacate his seat. Vacate his seat. So me, even your referral means that you have declared those seats vacant. That is my understanding. And I do not think that that is what you should be doing. Mr. Speaker, it reads in 97(1), a member of parliament shall vacate his seat in parliament, A, upon a dissolution of parliament. So when parliament dissolves, we all walk home. It means we are no longer members of parliament. B, if he is elected as Speaker of Parliament, so assuming Honorable Chambers, Honorable Muntaka, Honorable Honorable Ajaho is elected as Speaker, the seat is deemed vacant, automatic. Then, Mr. Speaker, you come to what you have relied on as your authority, 97(1). And Mr. Speaker, constitutional law, the ingredients, it states, if he is absent, there is already established evidence that they are absent. Without the permission in writing, they do not have your permission in writing. No? Wait a minute. Then why is he referring it to us? We read his thesis. And he is unable to offer a reasonable explanation. That reasonable explanation is when you are seeking to be absent. Why do we write to tell Mr. Speaker that I'm traveling abroad for a CPA or IPU or to constituency or for other purposes? You are given reasonable explanation why you are not there. So, Mr. Speaker, and before 97, it says before the committee. So all this evidence before the Privileges Committee. Mr. Speaker, we have difficulty with the position that you have taken, and we will do what is appropriate within the same constitutional and standing orders to challenge your decision. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, what I did I will also start by talking when you are addressing me. And so I don't listen to you. When you are addressing me, I'm all ears. When I'm addressing you, you are in conversation. You don't listen. This statement came under communication, formal communication by Mr. Speaker. In the communication, I did give a number of areas of guidance. As the majority leader stated, this is a new ground. And therefore, I can only make proposals for the consideration of all of us to guide how we should go about it. And I made those proposals. In doing so, I referred to constitutional provisions and outstanding orders and decided cases of the Court of Appeal. And the court itself says there are gray areas. And that gray area deals mostly with procedure. When you quote 97(1) and A, you don't need any further evidence. It's upon a dissolution of parliament. So you vacated your seat. The Speaker doesn't vacate his seat. is when a new speaker is elected. Then the speaker's seat becomes automatically, it's come to an end. The second one you read is if he is elected as Speaker of Parliament. You don't need further evidence. C, it says if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker. That needs evidence. You cannot just say because the member is absent, he hasn't got the written permission of the Speaker. 2, and he is unable to offer a reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges, which meant that the member should be heard. Why I've been absent for 15, 16 days? And that is why the reference to the committee. Now, you are unprepared, starting from the Minority Chief Whip's submission, that you don't want to create room for any speaker to be a dictator. But you are prepared to create room for committees to be dictators. When the committee decides, that is it. Honorable member, the matter is before the House. It's not just before a committee. The committee is a subcommittee of the House. And it is the House that refers the matter to the committee. I can't come and sit here and just declare a seat vacant without us going through this procedure. I've been long enough here to know that some members got involved in accidents and the information did not get to the House. And they were absent for more than 15 days. Is it right, after recovery, such a member, because he just absent without the permission of the Speaker in writing, he should have considered as having what? Vacated his seat? Is that what the law is meant to do? Please. The other areas you are talking about, I said, are proposals. And I expect the committee, in trying to assist the House to come out with a clear procedure to adopt, will include these things in the report. And that is why I am of the view, and I said humbly, that the matter be submitted to the House, and the House will take a decision. The decision is not only talking about the vacation of the seat, but the procedure to adopt, because that is not clear, as admitted and stated by the Court of Appeal itself. It's not clear in the Constitution and our standing orders. Honorable members, the standing orders is meant to fill in the gaps and iron out the details of procedure. Even in the standing orders, it says where a matter is not covered, the Speaker, by order 7, I believe, can fill in the gap. Even in the standing orders. Even in the Constitution, we have the residual power. Where matters are not handled by the Constitution, order 5. Yes, order 5 of our standing orders. Give the Speaker the opportunity to fill in the gap. By the Constitution itself, there are residual powers of Parliament where we can fill in the gap. But I want us to do that together, not to be dictated to by the Speaker or by a committee of Parliament, but by the whole House. That is a proposal. But more importantly, this is communication, formal communication from the Speaker, which will be taken into consideration by the committee and submitted to the House. Please, honorable members, let's take this unique opportunity, clarify these matters, and make sure we set a precedent worthy of emulation. I have read what happens in other parliaments. I only quoted the India one. But there are other parliaments. I've read them. I've been guided. I've done consultation before I came out with this statement. So please, Privileges Committee, you are so directed, handle the matter, report to the House. Now the House can have the opportunity to take the decision. Now some of you disagree. You know your committees. If the committee goes to say that the explanation given is reasonable, and so the member has invocated his or her seat. Now you are saying that mandatorily that is a decision. That is what some of you are proposing. I beg to differ. And I'll proceed to item 4. I was just being gracious by allowing you, but the matter is not right for debate. The matter will come up for debate later when the report comes to the House. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, just to seek guidance from you. Earlier when you were ruling, I heard you specifically state that upon submission of the report by the Privileges Committee, the House would take a decision on it without debate. I heard that, but now it looks like I'm hearing that there will be a debate. I thought that when a House presents a report of that nature, the essence of the House debating is that we could persuade each other, we could interact with each other and decide. So may I know, Mr. Speaker, from you, that when the House so presents that report, would the Committee of Privileges present the report to the House? Would it be subject to debate? So we'll take a decision from there. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Member, if you listen to me carefully, when I got to that area, the preamble read as follows. Honorable Members, in the light of the combined reading of the provisions of the standing orders and the Constitution, coupled with the decision of the Court of Appeal on the question of when a seat of a Member of Parliament is to be declared vacant by reason of absenteeism, the following process is proposed to the House for adoption and compliance. That is how I started. Now, it's a proposal I'm making to the House. Already, even though it's not up for debate, the House has already given me an indication of a disagreement with that position. And so, I've just brought in that. If that is the wish of the House, it will be debated. I don't impose. That's why I say proposal. And the time it will be right for that decision to be taken is when the report of the committee is submitted to the House. I disagree in total that a matter referred to a committee, however couched by the constitutional provision, that committee can go and sit and take a decision, and that decision will be binding on the House. I beg to differ. And there are a number of occasions that even on issues of urgency, of referrals of bills to the House, the committee reports to the House, and we have debated them and agreed or disagreed with the committee. And there are a number of times we disagreed with the committee and we took the bills through the normal process. The Hansard will bear me out. There are a number of times we've done that. So these are new grounds. This is a proposal. It will come in the next meeting. I don't want us to be counted out like we were done in the first session. I want this to kick in. This is the first meeting. And so we start the process. By the second meeting, the House has the opportunity to take the decision. We move on. But it's very important, and I want to emphasize this, that we take our role here as very important, critical, and crucial to the development of this country, particularly the welfare and well-being of the people we represent. You see, you want to debate further? Well, leadership, I thought that you set the ball. After formal communication, leadership decided to debate the formal communication. I tell you, this is a very bad precedent. No speaker to raise such a matter. But since I've been with you for all these years, it looks like familiarity is becoming what? Contempt. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm very grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, and I deeply appreciate your magnanimity. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to seek your guidance in view of the 11th December 2008 decision of the Appeals Court, which made a distinction between those who are absenting themselves within 15 days and those who have absented themselves after 15 days, beyond the 15-day mark. The Appeal Court held that if you absent yourself as a Member of Parliament beyond 15 days, it's automatic. The clerk should just write to the Electoral Commission and the Speaker should declare the seat vacant. It was a very radical position the court took once you have exceeded 15 days. If you are within 15 days, then, you know, some Parliament, the Speaker, Privileges Committee can manage the situation and see if you can be appeased of a sort. But once you cross 15 days, the Appeals Court says that it's automatic. The seat must be declared vacant. So I'm seeking your guidance in line with this Professor Kweku Azan decision. Should the Privileges Committee not also be looking at this Appeal Court decision so that we do not run into some if somebody takes what we are doing now back to the court, how can we defend it if it's not seen to be consistent with what the Appeal Court has done in the Kweku Azan case on the 11th of December 2008? So I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, we are bound by the decision of the Court of Appeal. But who determines that the member is absent for 15, 16 days? How is it determined? By me? By the Court of Appeal? No. There must be a process for that determination to be done. The elders in our society say that even when you are going to slaughter a chicken, you give it water to drink first. Natural justice. Here, the other side. Please, I know what I'm about. I'm not a Don Quixote. You people say Don Quixote. It's not Don Quixote. It's Don Quixote. And so we have to do the proper thing. May we now move to item 4. There's a lot to be done today. And honorable members, please, we need your kind attention and support. Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 7 or 8? Page 8, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, item number 5, page 8. It says the votes and proceedings of the 40th sitting held on Friday, 1st of April 2022 were adopted as a true record of proceedings. Mr. Speaker, it should read was corrected and adopted because we made some corrections, particularly the Honorable Ajasafu, who was marked present instead of absent.
Honorable Member, you are right. Table office kindly take note and do the right rendition. Page 9.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on page 8. Yesterday, I raised the issue with table office that they had captured that nobody was absent without permission yesterday. And I singled out Sarah Joasafo. I see that today she's the only member who has been captured as absent for yesterday. Mr. Speaker, without permission. Mr. Speaker, yesterday there were ministers who were absent who even their reports had to be submitted in their place. And I'm sure if they were in the House, they would have been captured as being present. But what we have today, Mr. Speaker, it appears that it's only Ajoasafo who is absent. And I would pray that, Mr. Speaker, we bring a finality to this issue. This issue of people coming in and being absent and present. Mr. Speaker, my prayer will be that during your tenure, it will be said that you had converted this from manual signing to a biometric signing, Mr. Speaker, so that this issue would be laid to rest. It's not the first time it's come up. The last time it came up, Honorable Muntaka said that it's something that has been on the banner in the last decade. So, Mr. Speaker, I would pray that we do something about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's a matter that is before the Parliamentary Service Board. The process is gone far. Definitely, we are going to procure the services of IT to make sure that attendance, honorable members, when we are talking about attendance, the attendance is not only limited to the floor of the House. It's attendance to Parliament. And we have discussed this comprehensively, and we are trying to fashion out mechanism to be able to get members who attend Parliament, but in doing so, they are caught up with other duties and functions of Parliament which are not performed on the floor of the Chamber of Parliament. That doesn't mean that they are absent from Parliament. So we are trying to capture all that, and we'll do so and clarify the rules in the new standing orders, because we are guided by the provisions of the Constitution. The understanding of many, including members of Parliament, means that attendance to Parliament is only appearing on the floor of the House. I disagree totally with that. And that is why we'll be having challenges with the issue of quorum. But there's good reason why, when the issue of quorum is raised, and the issue of quorum is usually not raised by the Speaker. As we sit now, I cannot tell the number of members that are present unless it's raised by a member. And then we get a table office to get the numbers by counting. So it's not usually raised by the Speaker. I can't just sit and know that we haven't got quorum in the House. That is very important. And the last one is the issue of how to calculate and compute attendance to Parliament. It's a serious challenge. We know much of the work of this House is done at the committee level. And so a member comes, the member is at the committee, the member is performing parliamentary duty, and then the committee submits a report, and in attendance, the member's name appears. But the votes and proceedings which are captured, the attendance of the member at the committee meeting, then marks the same member as absent without permission. And these are things that we will have to fashion out the process of how to do it. It's not for any court that will decide that for us. And it's not for any person outside this presence that will decide that for us. That is why the law lords articulated that the law and custom of Parliament is unknown to the court. And what happens in Parliament is a closed book. It doesn't mean that Parliament is above the law. No. If we contravene a constitutional provision, the court will so declare. If we go beyond our powers, the court will so declare. If we pass a legislation that is not in tune with the constitutional provisions, the court will so declare. But as to our process and procedures, there is no other institution or body better placed to decide that than Parliament itself. So please, honorable members, we move on. We've taken note of your concern, and we call on the Parliamentary Service Board to expedite action on it. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 12, yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Please, I have two corrections on page 12. Item number EI, the Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the abbreviation should be TDD, the TDD charter, and not TBD, as has been captured here. And Mr. Speaker, item number EII, the fourth line, Government of India, not Government of the India. So if the could be deleted accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, the second correction, you said EII or EIII?
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, is EII. That's II and E.
Line 4.
Line 4, yes. Government of India instead of Government of the India.
Thank you so much. Table office, kindly do the necessary corrections. Page 13. Yes, the honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, page 13, items IV and VI, the respective figures should be prefaced with their respective symbols. $84,994,050. The same thing applies to the euro, as captured under VI, the 75 million. To assume consistency regarding the rest, as already captured in the minutes. Thank you.
Table office, kindly capture the currency in the numerals, not only in the words. Let's move on to page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19. Yes, page 19.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 19, respectfully, I seek your guidance. I see an omission. We just have sitting suspended at 3:10 p.m. and sitting resumed at 8:45 p.m. But, Mr. Speaker, in that suspension period, we went into committee of the whole and considered the formulas for GET Fund, National Health Insurance, and District Assembly Common Fund. So I thought that, Mr. Speaker, that should have been captured.
Honourable Member, we've taken note of the concern and we'll consider it. Usually it's not captured, but sometimes people want to know why the long suspension. And so we'll consider it and maybe take it as one of the items that should be captured under the votes and proceedings of the House, not just considered as a committee meeting. Page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 26, yes, Honourable Member for Kwadaso.
When you go to page 23, Roman numeral.
Honourable Member, my only advice to you is that your outfit should be a little bit different from the pillar behind you. Sometimes you get caught up because it's the same distance, and you are finding it difficult to catch my eye.
Well noted, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, you may go on.
Please, Roman numeral XXII, Mr. Henry Ayamga. The impression I'm getting is that he also assumes the same position as finance officer. And I'll be happy if the table office could clarify that, because the symbol suggests a repeat of the previous designation. And I don't think they have two finance officers in the same establishment.
Table office, I'm sure you got the issue he has drawn our attention to. From XXII. Simple there is telling us that the names that fall under that are also Principal Economics Officer, Ministry of Finance. Am I right?
Yes, Honourable Speaker.
Good. So table office, take note and correct those areas.
Yes. On page 25, the same issue regarding the currency. 84 million plus USD must reflect.
Table office, kindly take note. Table office, you may need to relook at your editing of the drafts. We are getting too many errors in this, and so please, I'm aware of the movement, and we need to guide them to do what is right. We can't spend so much time correcting votes and proceedings every day. Page 26. Yes, please.
Right Honourable Speaker, please, item number 3, VI at page 26. Mrs. Kwoko, it should be Okai Mills. OKAI, not OKEI. Mrs. Kloko Okai Mills, the legal officer at the Ministry of Defense. I know her very well, my very good friend. So
the spelling is what?
It's Okai Mills, OKAI, not EI, as has been captured.
Table office, take note. Page 27, page 28. Page 27?
Page 28, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, please.
To start with, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee is misspelt in uppercase. It should be corrected.
The Committee on Defense and Interior?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. The word committee is misspelt. There's an I that has been added after the T in committee.
Thank you so much. It's only those with eagle eyes that can see this.
Right Honourable Speaker, the second issue is the referral that was made to the committee. The committee was tasked to look at the commercial agreement of the entire scope of work, which totaled $289,900,000 US. However, the referral specifies that the committee was to look at the initial amount of $99,993,000. And at the committee level, there was a correction of this specific issue. So I'm seeking your guidance on this because at the committee we were advised to not look at the 99 but the entire amount regarding the commercial agreement.
Well, the issue that has been captured by the votes and proceedings is the referral. What you're talking about will be part of your report to the House, and then the necessary corrections will then be made by just capturing what has been referred to the committee for consideration and report. Page 29, still page 28.
Page 29, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Page 29, the item Roman numeral X, there's a Mr. in front of Lieutenant Colonel A.B. Techi. So the Mr. should be deleted. And then the XIII, Mrs. Koko Okai Mills, instead of Miss, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, the same name appeared at page 26 and is captured there as Mrs. So the honourable member is right. Table office, take note. Yes, Honourable Emmanuel Bejra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 29, item 3, VII. The name is Dr. Evans A. Jikum, not Jukum. Jikum, D-Z-I-K-U-M. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, in attendance, I was there to give them support, as well as the Minister for Defense, Honorable Dominic Nitu, was also in attendance, and therefore, if the table office can capture that. Thank you very much.
Table office, take note of that. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Yeah, Right Honorable, just to finally clean up 3XIII. The name is Kloko, not Koko. It should be KLORKOR. XIII.
Bloko.
Yes.
Table office. Clearly, that is what is spelled at page 26. It's Kloko, not Koko. Page 30. Yes. Minority Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 30, that is item 1III. Proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund for the year 2022. The chairman for the Committee of the Whole in considering that item was the Honorable First Deputy Speaker. So if you go under, they say the second Deputy Speaker, Mr. Ndrama presided, that distinction must be made. The second Deputy Speaker presided for the health insurance and that of the GET fund. But for the common fund, it was the first Deputy Speaker who chaired that meeting. And that distinction must be made.
Table office, take note of Roman 1, Roman 2, and that is second Deputy Speaker. But Roman 3 is the first Deputy Speaker. Take note of that and capture it properly. Page 31. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, at the Committee of the Whole, the respective ministers were in attendance, particularly the Minister for Education. For Health, we had the Deputy Minister for Health. But I see that they have not been captured as being in attendance. So if that could be amended accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note and make sure you record their attendance. Page, I think that's the last page, page 31, yes.
The same issue I raised earlier on Roman numeral X and XI, Mr. Samuel Edu and Mr. Transplant Ayensu. We need their proper designations since they cannot also be the Director of Operations. Mr. Samuel Edu is the Principal Operations Officer, but I don't know that of Transplant Ayensu, so the table office should find out and correct that. Thank you.
Thank you for drawing our attention. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 41st sitting held on Monday, 4th April 2022, are hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of 11th March 2022, that is on a Friday. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 11 March 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Now we move on to item leaders. I need your guidance. Do we go to item 5, urgent questions, or we move on to public business, where we have a number of critical matters to consider? Yes, please. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would plead to take my urgent question, and I'm trying to get Honorable Abednego to see if we can engage the rest of our colleagues. Then probably we can defer the rest of the questions and do public business. But the first question standing in my name, Mr. Speaker, this will be the 4th time it's been rescheduled, so I would want to take that one. And probably the rest can come after we've concluded the debate on the State of the Nation address.
Yes, honorable members on the majority from bench, what do you say to this request? Well, honorable members, we take item 5, urgent questions. 5A, the question stands in the name of the honorable member for Tamal South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who is also the minority leader of the House. You may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization the definite date when Ghana will migrate from analog radio and television to digital radio and television following the International Telecoms Union ITU decision in Antalya, Turkey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana signed the Geneva 2006 GEO6 agreement establishing the Digital Terrestrial Broadcasting Plan at the Regional Radio Communications Conference in 2006. The agreement requires signatory countries, including Ghana, to migrate from analog to digital television broadcasting by 17th June 2015. The deadline was subsequently extended for African countries to 17th June 2020. In partnership with the National Communications Authority and working with local service providers and the broadcast industry, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization has made substantial progress in the transition from analog to digital terrestrial TV broadcasting in Ghana. The nationwide DTT platform has been deployed, and all free-to-air analog TV authorization holders have been migrated to it and are broadcasting from it. A key component of the digital migration process is the acquisition of set-top boxes for analog TV sets to be able to receive the digital TV signals when the analog signals are discontinued or switched off. Due to the global chip shortage and induced by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the disruption caused to global supply chains, we've been unable to procure set-top boxes and are thus unable to give a definitive date for the digital migration. The International Telecommunications Union is aware of these challenges and is not insisting on any firm timelines for the process to conclude. Thank you.
Yes, any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I have a difficulty with the minister's answer. In paragraph 1, he states, and I quote, the deadline was extended for African countries to 17 June 2020. He further goes down to the last paragraph to state that the ITU is aware of these challenges and is not insisting on any firm timelines for the process to conclude. He leads government policy on this, and he knows the benefit of digital spectrum to the country. When is the switch-off date for Ghana? What plans do you have for Ghana, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the deadline was extended for African countries to 17 June 2020, prior to the onset of the pandemic. Post-pandemic, and with the challenges that everyone is facing, securing chips for the set-top boxes, and the other challenges that have ensued, the ITU is not insisting on any firm timeline currently for the process to conclude. When we procure the set-top boxes, we will continue to work apace to ensure that the analog signals are switched off. As my answer indicates, I cannot give any definitive date as I stand here now for the conclusion of this process. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Minister, the ITU is only setting international standards. Ghana must have its own standards and timelines. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether she is aware that any country which fails to switch over after the set deadline cannot claim international protection under ITU rules for its analog TV signals if such signals are interfered with by other transmissions, particularly from neighboring countries.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that we cannot seek redress for interference of analog signals from neighboring countries. But in my previous answer on a similar question to this House, I did indicate, and even in this current answer, I have indicated that all free-to-air television broadcast channels in this country are currently transmitting from the DTT platform. And so once you have a digital television, the signals that you are receiving are digital signals and not analog signals. There are a few analog TV sets which are still receiving analog signals, because what we have not done is the analog switch off. However, the digital switch on has been done, but analog has not been switched off. And so, until we procure set-top boxes for those using analog TV sets, we cannot give any definitive date for the analog switch off to commence. And that is the answer that I can give the Honorable Minority Leader for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your last supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, our transition as a country from analog television and radio comes with monumental benefits. Apart from improvement in the quality of TV and radio, we benefit from additional spectrum that itself can give government revenue. The minister have given indication of a digital switch off. Analog switch off, when will it be for the digital to take over completely? Because you cannot have the two as a mix. You cannot have the mix of both analog and terrestrial. It's not acceptable anywhere in the world. When are you putting off all analog televisions for Ghana to be fully functional on the digital platform? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he's asked the same question 3 times, and I'll give him the same answer 3 times. We do not have any definitive date as at now, until we procure the set-top boxes to enable us to switch off the analog signals. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister says that until they procure the set-top boxes, they cannot have a definitive timeline for Ghana. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister when, in her estimation, the set-top boxes will be procured.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated in my answer, there is a global chip shortage caused by the pandemic. There is also disruption to global supply chains. These 2 acts of God, if I can put it that way, make it unable for me to give any definitive answer as to when we would procure the set-top boxes. The orders have been placed. The suppliers keep telling us that they are trying to secure the chips which will enable them to produce the set-top boxes. We are still waiting for when they can come back to tell us that they would be ready to supply. But these are really circumstances beyond anybody's control and make it difficult for us to give any firm date as to when the set-top boxes will be procured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In delivering her question, the minister indicated that the issue of set-top boxes are delaying the process. Has Ghana committed money into the procurement of this set-top boxes? Thank you. And how much, if Ghana has committed such funds? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a contract has been signed for the procurement of the set-top boxes. but I do need to refer to the contract to be able to know exactly how much has been committed to it and the timelines that were indicated in the contract for it. And so if the honourable member would give me some time, I'll be able to give him that information. This being a house of record, I don't want to make any guesstimates. Thank you.
Honourable members, we move to the next question, and that is 5B. And the question stands in the name of the honourable member for Bunkurugu, Honourable Abednego Azuma Bandim.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I thought the application by the minority leader was in respect of his own, so that he could do so, and then we moved on. Which is why I was saying to him that we should do the conclusion of the debate first, before he comes to it. But he himself wants to engage in some other business after his own closing remarks. That is why he made the application to you. So I would plead with you that you stand those ones down. Let's conclude the debate. Then we'll come back.
Well, I can't discharge you because you will still be available. But let me indicate that I hate negative discrimination with a passion. I support positive discrimination. But negative discrimination, I hate it with a passion. A positive is to empower some disadvantaged or vulnerable group so you can discriminate. That is to help society. But negative is very detrimental. And I think I've seen signs of that. The leaders want to be heard, and then the others will have to stay until another time. That definitely is selective justice. I don't want to encourage it, but with your kind guidance, the minister says she is available, so we will hold on to the rest until we handle a number of public businesses. And so I start by saying at the commencement of public business, and that is at page 7 of the order paper, item 8. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A, by the Minister for Finance. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have two deputy ministers here. The Honourable Abna Oseasari and the Honourable Jankuma. So if you allow any one of them to do the presentation on behalf of the minister.
Minority, what do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker, if you have no objection, we can move to the motion to conclude.
They are.
Then you can get any minister to bow.
Deputy Minister.
No objection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minister for Finance to present the paper for on behalf of the Minister for Finance, Honorable Abina Asare. Yes, please.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and EXIM Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 15,515,797 United States dollars on raw materials, machinery, and equipment to be imported by CADA, Ghana Ceramics Company Limited, under the implementation of the One District, One Factory, 1D, 1F program.
Honorable members, the paper has been laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Do I move on to 8B by the Chairman of the Committee? 8B. report is not ready yet, so we can move on. Yes, Majority Leader. We move on to 8C, 8B, C, D. Not ready. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, we stand down 8B, but C could be done by the committee chair and the committee of the whole. We will have to present those documents by the chair, so they will do it. That is the result of 8D. If C is ready, the committee chair could also do the presentation on behalf of the committee.
Honourable members, item 8C by the chairman of the committee, Mines and Energy. Second Deputy Speaker. 8C. Committee on Mines and Energy.
Honourable Speaker, with the greatest respect, the engagement with the minister is outstanding and we are not ready. I apologize, yes.
Honourable members, report is not ready.
Yeah.
So we move on to 8D, chairman of the committee of the whole on the proposed formula for distribution of the GET fund for the year 2022. Yes, second Deputy Speaker.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, for the year 2022.
The report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of the House, and that is regard to 8D Roman 1. Now we move to 8D Roman 2. Chairman of the committee, the first Deputy Speaker.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund, DACF, for the year 2022.
Report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. We now move to item 8D Roman 3 by the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, and that's on the National Health Insurance Fund. Yes, second Deputy Speaker.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2022.
The report is laid accordingly and for distribution to all members of Parliament. Any further guidance as to what item to take? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we stand down 8E and deal with item 10. Item 10.
Honourable members, what is happening to item 9? There's been quite a long delay with item 9. Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021. Proposers, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
My understanding is the promoters of the bill are engaged in some public consultations and some other stakeholder consultations. So we stand it down until the next meeting.
Honourable members, that item has gathered a lot of interest and the proposers will need to expedite action on it. for the consideration of the House. Item 10, motions that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Wednesday, 10th March 2022. Debate to be concluded today. My understanding is that the debate will be concluded by the leaders. And the leaders have been negotiating the time to use. I propose 15 minutes per leader, and they are requesting 20 minutes each. And I'm told the minority leader wants 30 minutes. We may not have the leisure of time to devote 1 hour to only 2 leaders. And so I will insist on 50 minutes each. 50 minutes each. Plus or minus, I'm told. 15 minutes plus or minus, but not more than 20. And at this stage, I have to move to attend to another assignment, and the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Minority Leader, you can go on.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for coming to this August House to satisfy the mandatory constitutional imperative under Article 67 to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, my only concern was the delay, I call it the unnecessary delay, of the President in appearing before this August House. He came only at the end of March. We expected him to have come much more earlier because he himself appreciates that the state of our country, the state of our economy is in dire state. Instead of using the word anxiety, Mr. Speaker, the President could have well just accepted humbly that Ghanaians are suffering and reeling under the hardships of his mismanaged economy, his inability to address growing unemployment, and his inability to make prudent use of the borrowed resources over the years. Mr. Speaker, Nana Akufo-Addo will go down in history as the most borrowed president of the Fourth Republic. In 2017, when he assumed the honors of power, in his maiden State of the Nation address, he said President Mahama and the NDC had left behind a colossal debt of 120 billion. Today it is at 350 billion, 81% of GDP. The country is tottering at the precipice of bankruptcy. But Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying, and for good reason he couldn't compare himself this time to the President Mahama era. Today, inflation is 15%. Debt, 351 billion. Mr. Speaker, even ESLA, that they bastardized the NDC administration for bringing to manage problems within the energy sector, they have borrowed against it. Mr. Speaker, it is important that Ghanaians appreciate that in respect of the statutory funds, District Assembly Common Fund, this government, the President and the Minister of Finance are simply not respecting the provisions of Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution. Only yesterday, we were told that the Minister of Finance have written a letter to set aside 1 billion of the 3 billion allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, I say without fear of contradiction that move by the Minister for Finance is not only ultra-virus, but unconstitutional and illegal, and therefore he should withdraw that correspondence. He has no such power to vary what the Constitution in Article 252 imposes, that 5% of total revenue be set aside for the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, same attitude, but you can do so for statutory funds using the power of cabinet, but not for the constitutional fund mentioned under Article 252 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I was still on the principle of borrowing. When
Honorable,
they said...
Just a minute. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was on borrowing and debt, and I worry for the future of our country, particularly that ESLA have been mortgaged, borrowed against, GET Fund have been mortgaged, borrowed against, District Assembly Common Fund, mortgage, some borrowing made against it. What kind of economy will we be inheriting in 2025? We shall ask. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living and cost of doing business is prohibitively high in Ghana. Businesses cannot cope. I see an effort by the president to praise himself when he says that he has contracted 10,000 kilometers of road. He simply could have said that he has put a flyover from Accra to Beijing. That's 10,000 kilometers, and probably would have believed him for being accurate. 10,000 kilometers of road. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and the Minister for Finance must take the necessary appropriate decisions to protect Ghanaian private sector contractors. Today, a bag of cement which sold for 28 cedis in 2016 is selling at 58 Ghana cedis, a difference of 30 Ghana cedis. Petrol which sold at 14 Ghana cedis in 2016 today is selling at 47 Ghana cedis. Diesel which sold at 14.50 Ghana cedis today is selling at 51 Ghana cedis. A bag of rice which sold for 150 Ghana cedis today is selling at 300 Ghana cedis. Bag of sugar 360 Ghana cedis from 180 Ghana cedis in 2016. Not to talk about cooking oil. And Mr. Speaker, my point is that because of the increasing cost of goods and services, contractors who won contracts 2017, 2018, 2019, the cost overrun, they simply cannot bear it. Therefore, the Minister for Roads and Minister for Finance will have to take appropriate decision to cushion the contractors who are on your so-called 10,000 kilometers of roads. Today, you only pay contractors, and receivers of banks receive the money. No maintenance on the road. Many of the roads are still not motorable. Mr. Speaker, that now leads me to a major issue of 1D, 1F. This government promised that they will set up development authorities. President Nana Addo Dankwa was mute on the Coastal Development Authority, Savannah Development Authority. We reminded him that the creation of bureaucracies was not enough. It was about adequately resourcing those bureaucracies. Today, NAPCO trainees have not been paid in the last 6 months. National service personnel have not been paid in the last 7 months. Allowances for nurses and teachers have not been paid. Yet you say we should praise you for a good performing economy. Which economy, Mr. Speaker? 1D, 1F, Mr. Speaker. We were told that a total of 278 projects are at various stages of completion. 106 factories are currently operational and 148 are under construction, and some 24 projects are at the state of mobilization. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the distribution of the 1D, 1F, it defeats the very purpose. In the Upper East, Upper West, Northern region, insignificant development of 1D, 1F. We are concentrating all of them again in Tema. That is not acceptable, and that is not the way to go. The principle of 1D, 1F, apart from its contribution to manufacturing and the industrial growth of the economy, was to allow to address the question of unemployment in the districts. I have always advised, for instance, that in the Brown-Harford region, we can concentrate and support people to do cashew and poultry farming as their 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, so no comment on Development Authority. What the President sought to do, Mr. Speaker, his State of the Nation address was more blame COVID, blame Ukraine. Before COVID, before Ukraine, the economy was struggling, and the President must simply just admit that. We have a duty to help him revive a post-COVID economy. But, Mr. Speaker, we on this side have always demanded, in the name of transparency and accountability, let the President authorize an investigation into COVID expenditure of the over 19 billion Ghana cedis which have so been spent on that. Mr. Speaker, the President's admission of failure regarding Agenda 111 is very scandalous, as people who offered constructive criticisms of the unrealistic program were called names. The challenge with Agenda 111 is not only the issue of timelines, but also resource availability, when only 500 million Ghana cedis was allocated in the budget for this massive, as he himself described it, over-ambitious project. The monumental failure follows the failure of the government to respect and complete several flagship programs such as the One Village, One Dam, and then $1 million per constituency. I'm challenging members of Parliament, any of you who have had 1 million Ghana cedis, an equivalent of 5 million Ghana cedis spent in your constituency in the last 5 years, say so with pride. If you cannot, then condemn the President with pride that he has deceived you and did not live up to the calling. Mr. Speaker, the President's silence on Ghana's debt question is a major concern. This especially so when Ghana's debt burden is becoming the singular most important constraint to fiscal and external sustainability. Debt service for 2022 is estimated at some $7 billion, about 37 billion Ghana cedis. It may overrun to 35 billion, with amortization at the rate of 6.4, with amortization at 8 billion. With an exchange rate, Mr. Speaker, of 6.4 Ghana cedis to the dollar, which was projected in the budget, today is 7.5. It means he would need additional resources to be able to service the debt. That does not bode well for our fiscal and monetary policy going forward. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this debate without also touching on the President's numbers. COVID-19 on the Ghanaian economy, we are calling for a full-scale audit on COVID-related expenditure by ministries, departments, and agencies. If you believe in true transparency and accountability, grant same. Then we will expose the chop which happened with COVID money, which was allocated by the donors, over $2 billion. Yet you brought in a COVID tax, and you still want to blame COVID for the non-performance of the economy. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude, as I said, with one encouraging statement by the President. And I'm going to quote in page 18 and follow it through page 19, Mr. Speaker, when the President said, and I quote, "There are many problems that we have to overcome to get back to where we ought to be. I need your support. No president, no parliament, no government can undertake this task all by themselves. We need all Ghanaians to pull and push together." Mr. Speaker, let the President walk the talk, and appreciate that he has a very strong political opposition in the minority and must reach out to us for the purpose of cooperation and consensus building, and not pretend as if he can do it all by himself as President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, significant also was the President's words when he said, and I quote, "We came through a long and tortuous journey to arrive at today's consensus of a multi-party constitutional democracy." But Mr. Speaker, this is what is refreshing. But the last 29 years of our fourth republic have shown that this has been the most productive period since our independence. Then he states, Both the major political parties of the country, the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress, have made positive contributions to the development. Positive contributions. Today he has all of a sudden recognized that President Mahama and the NDC, Professor Mills and President Jerry Rawlings have all made positive contributions. When he appeared here in 2017, it was all about himself and that he would change the fortunes of this country. He has failed Ghanaians. There is growing hardship, there is growing suffering, cost of living is high, cost of doing business is high, many businesses are packing out. Mr. Speaker, even whilst we are questioning matters relating to other matters, it's important that the Minister of Finance come clear on his tax exemption policy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana loses a lot to tax exemption, and I think that the tax exemption bill that has been brought to this August House must necessarily be processed and passed into law. We also must deal with the leakages at the port, particularly at the Tema Harbour, where people clear goods in the name of the presidency and in the name of national security. That must stop. All that leakages is opportunity cost of revenue to the government. Mr. Speaker, I see the President talk about the Africa Free Trade Continental Trade Agreement. Nowhere in the African Union history can this ever be written without reference to the contribution of late President John Evans Atta Mills in getting this idea championed at the level of the African Union, which only crystallized under President Nana Addo Dankwa. But, Mr. Speaker, there are still barriers to trade. Ghana is not doing well with Nigeria, neither is Nigeria doing well with Ghana. They still have their banned imports. There are many commodities that Ghana cannot export to Nigeria. Yet you take pride in saying free continental trade. Allow for free movement of goods and services, and the President, as ECOWAS chairman, must chair that. Mr. Speaker, there is reference to the commercial agricultural project which the President referred to according to paragraph 18, page 9 of the press statement on the economy, which the Minister for Finance presented. He even spoke about university students. We have to be careful tomorrow are not asked to pay fees, because he's now talking of giving them only grants for purpose of their businesses. It's only important, Mr. Speaker, that we address irrigation development, modern irrigation development in the country. Akamba in the Upper West region, Umprem in the Central region, Amate in the Eastern region, Pagaza, Nasia, Lebga in the Northern region are worth looking at in order to expand the number of irrigable land that should be available for all year farming. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we are concerned about the rise in food inflation from 12.8% in December 2021 to 17.40% in February 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is the highest food inflation ever recorded in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, once again, we want to thank the President at least for coming late, albeit he came to present his message on the state of the nation. The true state of our country is one of growing hardship, growing unemployment, growing cost of living, and growing cost of doing business. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall we now listen to the Majority Leader?
Speaker, let me show appreciation to you for the opportunity to conclude the debate on the motion that this House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered on Wednesday, the 30th of March, 2022. And the motion to thank the President was moved by the Honourable Member for Obuakwa South, the Honourable Atta Achia. Speaker, as you all do know, Article 67, which compels the President to deliver the message on the state of the nation, does not relate to the content of the message. However, the state of the country now is the situation or set of circumstances that pertains in the country now, and the present message is the account of the pertaining condition of the country as he finds it. Mr. Speaker, it has eternally been my contention that the present message should generally reflect the imperatives of Article 34(2) of the Constitution, which provides as follows. The President shall report to Parliament at least once a year all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in this chapter. That is Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which is on the directive principles of state policy, and in particular, the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, the overall architecture of national development is established by the directive principles of state policy, which provides the broad vision, the overarching agenda for national development. And these are set out in the political objectives in Article 35 of the 1992 Republican Constitution, economic objectives in Article 36, social objectives in Article 37, educational objectives in Article 38, cultural objectives in Article 39, international relations in Article 40, and the duties of a responsible citizen in Article 41. These ideals, Mr. Speaker, are provided to guide not only the manifestos of the various political parties, but also a President's coordinated program of economic and social development policies, which every President is required to present to Parliament within 2 years after assuming office. Mr. Speaker, the President started off with an invitation to the House to join him to appreciate the qualification of the Black Stars at the expense of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, our arch rivals in sports, to the Football World Cup to be held in Qatar. The Black Stars' performance lately had not provided comfort to most Ghanaians, and pundits were legitimately worried. Suffice to state that when it mattered, the new look stars rose to the occasion and delivered against all odds. That is the Ghanaian spirit. The Speaker, working together. The lesson that the victory of the Stars offers to us is that if we are united behind a cause and demonstrate conviction and determination, nothing is impossible. The next acknowledgement that the President made was the attendance by invited guests. Again, conspicuously absent was the former President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, that certainly is not good account of the immediate past President. The new Patriotic Party, including its then immediate past presidential candidate, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, did not attend the event of the then President's message on the State of the Nation in 2013 because the MPP at that time was contesting the legitimacy of the President. The MPP parliamentary group boycotted the 2013 event accordingly. It is worth remembering that President Kufuor attended the swearing-in of President Mahama on January 7, 2013, in his capacity as the former President. Mr. Speaker, the case was eventually settled by the Supreme Court in the second half of 2013 in favor of President Mahama. The MPP parliamentary group subsequently attended the 2014 event because at that time the case had been decided. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo did not attend the 2014 event because at that time he had traveled outside the country. The Speaker, in 2015, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had returned to the country and accordingly attended the event of President Mahama's delivery of the state of the message on the state of the nation. That was 2015. It is instructive to note that President John Dramani Mahama has not attended any of the 7 events at which President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been the key personality. The Speaker, the people of this country would not forget. Mr. Speaker, the next issue the President addressed is the state of the economy. In his 2016 message on the State of the Nation, President Mahama introduced a new terminology in the lexicon of Parliament, evidence-based facts. On that occasion, President Mahama, among other things, related to 5 piglets that had been given to a certain peasant farmer from upcountry as a testimony of which government had paid for the woman's transportation, hotel accommodation in Accra for 5 days, fed her for 5 days, and took her on excursion before sending her back. The total amount on her, spent on her by the state for this momentary comfort was over 3,000 Ghana cedis at the time. The 5 piglets which the president brought the woman down at that time cost less than 250 cedis. Mr. Speaker, the evidence about the health of the economy given by Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic today, is not about 5 piglets. It is not about 3 cockerels that have been given to another farmer in 2015. The Speaker, the evidence of Akufo-Addo's achievement is in the economic indicators. GDP growth, inflation, interest rates, international reserves, consumer and business confidence against the devastating impact of COVID-19 and its traumatizing effects on production and productivity, on agricultural produces, on industry, on employment, on tourism, on the escalating health expenditures, and on human life. Mr. Speaker, it is important to restate that the Ghanaian economy grew steadily from 3.7% in 2000 through 4.2% under Akufo in 2001, 4.5% in 2002, 5.2% in 2003, 5.6, 5.9, 6.4, 6.3, and 8.4 in the order, that is between 2003 and 2008, later rising to 9.1 after the rebasing. Mr. Speaker, that is steady growth, growing steadily and calculatedly. Mr. Speaker, the economy expanded profoundly under President Akufo from 5.1 billion in 2000 to 28.5 billion in 2008, and that was over 450%. Amidst the global economic and financial crisis of 2007-2008 era, Ghana transformed from a highly indebted poor country to a lower middle income economy on the frontier of emerging market status. Mr. Speaker, enter the Mills Mahama administration, and declining growth set in from 9.1% that they witnessed in 2008. GDP shrunk down to 4.8 in 2009, 7.9 in 2010, and 14.0% in 2011. The Speaker, the acknowledgement is that the 14.0% jump happened because that was the first time petroleum money got factored into our accounts. That was the only reason. It was not for reason of performance. It was not for reason of the performance of any magic. Mr. Speaker, for 2012, GDP growth rate climbed down to 9.3 from 14% and spiraled downwards to 7.3 in 2013. 2014, GDP nosedived to 2.9%. 2015, it climbed to 2.2%. The Speaker, the worst growth in 30 years before then, under President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, that was 2015. 2016, it grew by 3.4%. The 3.4% growth rate in 2016 was the worst at the time in 23 years, not counting the abysmal 2.2 growth in 2015. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that under President Mahama, GDP growth rate averaged 3.9%. Only 3.9%. There was no COVID. There was no force majeure. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy grew by 8.1% in 2017 from the shambolic 3.4% growth in 2016. In 2017, the ECOWAS regional economy grew at 2.8%. Ghana grew at 8.1%. That was phenomenal. In 2018, the ECOWAS average was 3.4%. Ghana's economy grew at 6.3%. Mr. Speaker, in terms of economic growth, 1983 was the annus horribilis for Ghana, characterized by intense drought and bushfires. the country hit ground zero in GDP growth rate. And that is why in 1984, growth rate was more than 100% better than the 1982-83 financial years. Excepting that scenario, Ghana has for close to 40 years never witnessed a situation where the next succeeding year's GDP growth rate, the Speaker, has outperformed the previous year's growth rate by 100%. But this is what happened when Akufo-Addo, the old man, took over from the supposedly more energetic young man, John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, Akufo-Addo's GDP figures outperformed JDM's in 2016 by 138%. Yes, that's the truth. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, under Akufo-Addo, the economy grew by 7%. That means that in the first 3 years of Akufo-Addo's administration, before COVID struck, GDP had averaged 7.1%. Mr. Speaker, this compares with the last 3 years of John Dramani's administration, where there was no COVID, indeed no force majeure, and GDP growth rate averaged 2.8%. And Nana Dankwa's performance, supposedly the old man's performance, is hugely better than the younger man's performance by more than 150%. Mr. Speaker, in order to strengthen the productive capacity of the economy, the macroeconomic fundamentals must be strengthened. That precisely is what the current government has set out to do. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the ECOWAS GDP growth rate for the period between 2018 and 2022 is as follows. 2018, the Speaker, the ECOWAS average was 3.5. Ghana grew at 6.2. And Nigeria, the powerhouse in the sub-region, grew at 1.9%. In 2019, the ECOWAS average was 3.5%. Ghana grew at 6.5. Nigeria, the powerhouse, grew at 2.2%. In 2020, ECOWAS average was negative 0.6%. Ghana grew at 0.4, not negative. Nigeria, the powerhouse, grew at negative 1.8%. 2021, the ECOWAS average is 3.6%. Ghana grew at 4.7%. Nigeria, the powerhouse, grew at 2.6%. 2022, the Speaker, ECOWAS average is set at 4.0%. Ghana anticipates to grow at 6.2%. Nigeria, the powerhouse, anticipates to grow at 2.7%. Mr. Speaker, this should inform us if you want to do any critical analysis of where we are as a nation, not talking from the top of your head. Mr. Speaker, in the ECOWAS averaging, annual average inflation increased to 10.2% in 2020 from the projection of 8.2 from 8.2 in 2019, and was poised to edge up to 12.4 in 2021 before easing down to 9.9 in 2022. This reflects the supply side constraints and shortages of foodstuffs and other essential commodities arising mainly from the closure of national borders and other measures imposed to contain the spread of coronavirus disease through importation. The Speaker, indeed, of the 5 Anglophone countries in the sub-region, apart from Ghana, only the Gambia's inflation rate was below the regional average in 2020. So it was only Ghana and Gambia that did better. The rest of them fell apart. In 2021 again, it is Ghana, Gambia, and Liberia who were below the sub-regional average of 12.4%. All others were over that. The Speaker, that should be a credit to us. These are facts. And yet people who engage in rumor mongering and talk not out of statistics, manufacturing their own numbers and figures, are speaking contrary to the set figures. The Speaker, 2018, average ECOWAS was 9.3, 8.2 in 2019, 10.2 in 2020, 12.4 in 2021, and 9.4. In all these, Ghana is below. The Speaker, Ghana 2018 9.8, 2019 7.1, 2020 9.9, 2021 9.3, 2022 8.8. Again, let me quote Nigeria's inflation, consumer price inflation, 12.1 in 2018, 11.4 in 2019, 13.3 in 2020, 16.9 in 2021, 13.3 in 2022. Mr. Speaker, the food inflation that my colleagues are talking about, when you net out year on year, you don't resort to pinnacle growth that is maybe monthly and then say that ours is the worst. Yes, for that month it may be the worst. Let's wait until the end of the year and you'll see where you really are. And your statement will change. Mr. Speaker, so you don't isolate 1 month or 2 months in the course of a year and typify and say that that is a trend in Ghana. That is poor trend analysis. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic also undermined the progress made in previous years in the economy in the ECOWAS sub-region regarding performance under the macroeconomic convergence criteria. Due to the impact of COVID-19 on lives and livelihoods, ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government suspended the convergence criteria for 2020 and 2021. As at the end of 2020, no ECOWAS country had met any of the 6 rationalized convergence criteria. The convergence criteria, by the way, the Speaker, the budget deficit including grants to GDP ratio, which should not exceed more than 3%, inflation annual average, which should not exceed 5%, central bank budget deficit financing, which should not exceed 10%, the Speaker, and then the gross international reserves, that should be more than three months cover. The Speaker, secondary criteria refers to the nominal exchange rate that should not go beyond 10%, and public debt to GDP that should also not be more than 70%. The Speaker, so when some members talk and make it appear as if Ghana's economic performance has been abysmal, they simply are not relating to the facts in the ECOWAS sub-region. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, 2020-2021 half-year ECOWAS multilateral surveillance report, Ghana achieved 3 out of the 6 criteria. Under President Mahama, the best we achieved at the time was 2 out of 10. Akufo-Addo, because it's now rationalized, achieves, even in this annus horribilis, we achieved 3 out of 6. And we dare compare your performance to that of Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, in the near term, the President indicated government through its economic revitalization program will seek to expand the economy with the provision of targeted fiscal stimuli, which will also ensure fiscal sustainability to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on business and to facilitate a quick and strong recovery of our economy. Thus, this will be done without undermining fiscal consolidation programs. Mr. Speaker, the future is bright for the country in spite of the rather apocalyptic pronouncements of doomsday prophets. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke about energy sufficiency in the country when he said, and I'm quoting him, we have kept the light on in spite of the worldwide upheaval in the energy sector and in spite of the huge legacy debts that we have inherited. Unquote. Again, the President stressed, quote, the national electricity access rate has increased from 85.17% in 2020 to 87.03% as of January 2022. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed on course to achieve universal access to electricity by the end of the term of the President. That is some positive news to hear. However, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that much too high a percentage of our energy generation is dependent on fossil fuel. At the time the world is looking elsewhere, Ghana must also strategically reposition itself. Mr. Speaker, I cite the case of the United Arab Emirates, a major oil producer. Today, the focus is on nuclear energy generation. On Thursday, March 24th, 2022, the Unit 2 of the Baraka nuclear energy plant in Abu Dhabi was commissioned to commence commercial operation to add another 1,400 megawatts of clean electricity to our national grid. Earlier commissioned, the Unit 1 is producing another 1,400 megawatts. That is why the operator, Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation, said that the plant is thus far supplying 2,800 megawatts of electricity to their national grid. Mr. Speaker, the Baraka production unit has 4 APR 1,400 megawatts units. It is intended to roll out units 3 and 4 by 2025 to generate about 85% of Abu Dhabi's clean energy and about 25% of UAE's total electricity needs. In other words, 5,600 megawatts of nuclear energy shall be on stream in the Emirates, a major oil producer, and will cut over 22.5 million tons of emissions annually. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we must look at nuclear energy generation. It is clean and it is close to sustainability index. In the short term, the Ministry of Energy shall have to partner Zoom Lion to transform daily waste, both liquid and solid, into energy generation. Mr. Speaker, the President, whilst conceding that the nation is going through some difficult times, asserted that government intends, I'm quoting him, government intends to continue to grow the economy to bring prosperity. This will only happen if we continue to invest in the future, he added. The President stated, and I quote him again, the free SHS and free TVET are the best vehicles we have devised to take us to the realization of our goal as an educated and skilled workforce. Continuing, the President said the TVET institutions are being upgraded and equipped to enable them to train the increased numbers of children that we want to be attracted to the sector to meet modern needs of our economy. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, the President said he's going to commission 34 refurbished MVTIs across the country. And again, he said, and I'm quoting him, 5 technical colleges will begin in the next few months in various parts of the country. 5 STEM universities are to be constructed in 5 of the new regions, naming them Western North, Savannah, Northeast, Ahafo, and Oti regions, unquote. This certainly is in line with the imperatives of Article 36(2)(d) of the Constitution, which provides, quote, the state shall in particular take all the necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of each region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural areas and generally redressing any imbalance in development between the rural and urban areas. The Speaker, from a lowly 0.9% growth in agriculture in 2016, the government's groundbreaking planting for food and jobs, planting for exports, planting for rural development continue to improve production efficiency, food security, profitability for our farmers, job creation and export, as well as establishing a basis for industrialization. The Speaker, yields in cereals and legumes, vegetables, maize, rice, and soya beans, plantain, cassava, cocoyam, and yam have increased astronomically, and these have improved the living conditions of farmers. That, indeed, is the true state of the nation today. In 2015, the then government distributed 16,600 guinea fowls to farmers up north, Upper East and Upper West regions. In 2020, the government under Akufo-Addo program to distribute 105,000 guinea fowls to farmers in the Savannah zone. That is more than 6,500% over what was done by President Muhammad. The Speaker, that was a program, but for the COVID, we scaled it down somewhat. In 2015, the NDC distributed 30,000 brooded cockerels. In 2020, the NPP administration distributed 80,000 brooded cockerels. In 2015, NDC distributed 450 sheep and 450 goats to farmers. In 2020, the program was 14,000 remnants to farmers. Mr. Speaker, employment. Agriculture has employed close to 800,000, created close to 800,000 jobs, most of them being farm-level employment. The Forestry Commission has engaged almost 100,000 people in their forestation program. Over 2,700 agri-extension officers have been engaged to provide practical proficiency to farmers. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason what the President stated. There is no doubt. But for the vigorous interventions we have made in agriculture in the past 5 years, which have made us much more self-reliant in our food needs, our country would have been at a much greater risk as the fallout from the dramatic worldwide increase in freight charges hit prices in our markets and our supermarket shelves. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this indeed is the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, in the health service, by the close of 2020, this government had employed over 70,000 new health workers of all categories. So much has been done within the health service. The nursing trainee allowances, which were cancelled by the Ms. Mahama administration, have been restored. Mr. Speaker, these are facts of life. Government's flagship One District, One Factory initiative is gathering steam, with business promoters being energized either to establish new factories or to transform existing manufacturing industries to contribute more profoundly to job creation across the country. As the President recounted, and I quote, out of a total of 278 1D, 1F projects at various stages of implementation in all 16 regions, 106 factories are currently operational. Over 148 are under construction, while 24 projects are at the mobilization stage. Unquote. The Speaker, it is worth stating that, and I quote again, to bring the youth on board the 1D, 1F program, 58 out of the 278 1D, 1F projects have been developed as enterprises fully owned by youth groups with direct government support. Each of these 1D, 1F youth companies are owned by between 40 and 50 youth as shareholders. The Speaker, Eric. Mr. Speaker, there are also 5 medium-scale state-of-the-art agro-processing factories. Rice milling, the processing of maize in the grits are in 5 districts, namely Doma West, of the Lugu, Sechuya Kontomra, Sechuya Central, and Takwa in Swahili. The Speaker, vehicle assembly plants, Toyota, Suzuki, VW, Sinotruk, and Nissan have all established factories in Ghana. Kantanka has taken advantage to also expand. The benefits in employment and revenue to the country are profound. Ghana has been made the investment destination under President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Speaker, a government came and established one factory, a sugar cane factory at Komenda. After commissioning that factory, the factory never worked. Just what? In 8 years. After commissioning it, it never worked. That party wants to come back to administer the country. The people of this country are in control of the factors that contribute to our welfare. Mr. Speaker, as part of the message delivered by the President, he made a categorical statement, and I'm quoting what the President said. He said, Mr. Speaker, it is in the road sector that we have registered the greatest infrastructure achievement. I know that the word unprecedented is often used with careless abandon in our public discourse, but I use it carefully and purposefully. In the 5 years of my government so far, more roads have been built, improved, and upgraded than any other equivalent period under any government in the history of Ghana. Some 10,875 kilometers of new roads have been constructed in these 5 years. Let me mention that yesterday it was my honor and great pleasure to have commissioned the Tamale interchange, the first such interchange in the northern sector of our country, which the people of Tamale celebrated. I consider it to be the most satisfying birthday present. We intend to continue with the building of roads around the country to accelerate the opening up of our country. As Speaker, this statement has generated considerable heat. But, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, in 2016, when the then Minister for Roads and Highways, the Honorable Fuseni Inusa, came to answer a question here in Parliament, and that was July 2016. That was in July 2016. Mr. Speaker, as the road minister, when he came here, in answering the question, he said the total road network in the country at that time amounted to 73,000 At the time President Kufuor was leaving, it was observed that Kufuor had left a total road network of 69,000. So when the Honorable Hussein Yunusa came here, he stated that the total road network had increased from 69,000 to 73,000, an increase of about 4,000 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, after verification, it was seen that road construction under the Mills Mahama administration had really increased beyond the 73,000 that Hussein Yunusa has stated here in the House. It came to the fore that really, after the verification, the road network, total road network, amounted to 78,402 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2021, the projected network size had increased to 94,203 kilometers. This length is currently undergoing validation by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, this is what the President spoke to. Mr. Speaker, technically, any activity on road amounts to construction. Hence, His Excellency the President's statement that so far more roads have been built, improved, and upgraded than any other equivalent period under any government in the history of Ghana is correct. Mr. Speaker, for those of them who are even saying that the Tamale project is a mere flyover and not an interchange, when they come to dispute the figures as given by the President, you excuse them, because they think that a flyover is not an interchange. Any separation of traffic which is tiered is described as an interchange, whether it's at the level of just one level or two levels or three levels or four levels, as we see at Pokwase. Mr. Speaker, people should appreciate this before you go on to criticize the President. Mr. Speaker, so that is the reality of our times. And I would urge colleagues that if anybody has any doubt in his mind about the road network in the country, you may file the appropriate question with the minister responsible for roads, and I believe that he will come and fill you in and you appreciate what really it means. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the President urged all of us to recognize the difficulties that we are in, imposed by COVID circumstances, and lately by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and above all, by the delay in the passage in the e-levy bill, the latter of which will have some effect on our revenue streams. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the President urged all of us to hold our heads high and bond together as one people, one nation with a common destiny, and face the future with courage, hope, and assurance. The President could not have put it in a better way: a call for national unity in times of adversity. Let us come together and do battle together to reposition this country. This is our land. This is our country. Speaker, that is what the country needs, not divisiveness and not fighting in Parliament. Let us lead the country by good example, and I believe the rest of the country will follow us. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your kind indulgence. Thank you once again.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, shall now put the question. And the question is that this Honourable House thanks the President for the message on the state of the nation, which he delivered to this Honourable House on Wednesday, March 30th, 2022. So
So those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the motion is accordingly adopted. Shall, in accordance with Standing Order 52, formally convey the decision of the House to His Excellency the President. Yes, Honourable Member for Elfutu.
Mr. Speaker, we do that. With your leave, I pray that at page 8, item 3 of the vote and proceedings of today, my name appears on 3.2 as being absent with permission. Mr. Speaker, we've passed that stage.
Honourable Leader, we have long
Mr. Speaker, that's why, Mr. Speaker,
I'm not returning to votes and proceedings. Sorry. Honourable members, it is past 2 p.m. and I wish to direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. The point is noted. Table office will deal with you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just that I'm not taking on the clerk. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that it was inadvertently placed at the absent with permission, though I was in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I am correcting it nicely. I'm not taking on the clerk.
The table office will
and I'm not taking on the
now
speaker.
We are moving on.
I'm not raising the issue of partisanship.
One correct.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Mr. Speaker. You've not been around for some time, and I've missed you, Mr. Speaker. You know, all I'm saying is that I am not taking on the clerk. Neither am I saying that they are partisan. All I'm saying is that this was a genuine mistake, and I've so corrected it. So I was present. Babaru.
Honourable members, it is past 2 p.m. Today is the last day of, and we intended to close at 2 p.m. Please, I'm not going to encourage any matters outside the agreed schedule. Yeah.
Speaker, we should be going on to page 9 on today's order paper and take item 11 and 12. Speaker, with your leave.
Very well. Item 11, motion by the Chairman of the Committee, Honourable Second Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. That's so. That notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2022 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, this is the ranking member of the committee or the chairman of the committee. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the procedural motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 12.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. That this Honourable House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, in moving the motion, kindly indulge me to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the committee met yesterday and in attendance was the Minister for Education and the Administrator of the GET Fund. We observed so many things, and among one of the issues I can raise is that the GET Fund is keeping to its mandate. It is constructing and completing academic facilities in the various public tertiary institutions. It is constructing and rehabilitating of dormitories, classrooms, dining halls, and other facilities at various senior high schools. It is supplying classroom furniture as well as beds and mattresses to various schools. And again, it is giving sponsorship to students to pursue various programs both locally and abroad. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, having examined the distribution formula for the fund for the year 2022, the committee believes that GET Fund distributing formula has allocated fairly the resources across various levels of education in line with the government's objectives of improving access, equity, and quality of education delivery. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the sum of 2,600,802,000 Ghana cedis for the GET Fund for the year 2022 in line with the distribution formula. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I so move.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to second the motion on the proposed formula for the distribution of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Committee of the Whole said yesterday, we looked at the formula for the distribution of whatever amount is due to GET Fund. But, Mr. Speaker, our observation, or some of our observations, have to do with the indebtedness of GET Fund. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, GET Fund owes contractors about over 950 million Ghana cedis. And this is because the Ministry of Finance has failed in its responsibility to release money to GET Fund. If you go to page 4 on table 2, you can see it. Outstanding amounts, 810 million Ghana cedis. That is what the ministry is owing GET Fund. And if this amount is paid to GET Fund, I am sure they can live up to expectation. Mr. Speaker, GET Fund has about 44 cost items that they take care of. And if money is not being released to them, it will affect their performance. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying yesterday, there is a need for us as a House to bring the Minister for Finance to this House to explain to us why he is punishing, in quotes, GET Fund in this manner. Because this is a statutory fund, 2.5% levy. The money has been collected. Where is the money? Mr. Speaker, GET Fund has become a cash cow for education in this country. Every item, everything about education is the responsibility of GET Fund. Our students or pupils in the basic schools don't have textbooks because GET Fund must fund the publication of the printing of textbooks. And because they cannot get the 200 million Ghana cedis to print the textbooks, for 3 years now, our pupils in the basic schools don't have textbooks. So if we treat GET Fund in this manner, are we collapsing it? Mr. Speaker, I urge this House that we bring the Minister to order, for Finance to order, so that he lives up to expectation. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I second the motion and urge members to approve of the estimates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion But Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I think that may I refer you to page, the way the pages are, page 12, I believe. The heading 4.5.9, decapping of GET fund. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday we discussed this, and myself and the majority leader were at a day on this addition. So the committee chairman, we have to add, and Mr. Speaker, after the second paragraph, to free some resources to enable GET fund execute its mandate, the committee recommends to the Ministry of Finance to take steps beginning 2023 to take GET fund out of the control of earmark Fund Capping and Realignment Act 2017 Act 947. Mr. Speaker, what I resolve, and we want this House to resolve further, so we have to put in these words in this paragraph, that this Honorable House further resolve to recommend for the amendment of the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017 Act 947 to delete the GET fund from the list of cap agencies from the 2023 financial year. We have to add that, and you can ask the majority leader. This is the understanding he gave me, because I said this year, and he said, oh, given the constraints, it should begin. Given the constraints, it should be given from 2023. Therefore, I want them to speak to it, and we add that small. Mr. Speaker, you can tweak the language, but we have to add that this House is accordingly resolving that GET fund be defreeze from the decap agencies from 2023 financial year. So that should be added before we take the committee.
Do we need to put that in before we do it? The power
Well, Speaker, if you don't put and you can direct, if you can put and you can direct table to make sure that tomorrow it reflects that this House has taken a decision to remove GET fund from the capping and earmark fund is satisfactory, Mr. Speaker.
I think
so
your words are enough. The rest is lies with us. I've said it yesterday, I'll repeat it. When it comes to this, we should stand together to make sure that they are available, because one on which every one of us has access, some support. So whether we say, when we decide that we are amending the law, we should do it. And that one is, if you take it one-sided, it will fail. But let's stand together as we agreed. That when it comes to those three funds, GET fund, common fund, health fund, we should no longer permit anybody else, by whatever means, to detract from what either the Constitution or statute are giving us. So I don't care what is stated there. When we are ready, we should do it. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I think we don't need to belabor the matter. Yesterday, we all came to a conclusion, especially in the face of the gravity of the concerns associated with GET fund. So there's no doubt about it, and there's no debate. But the point we had all come to acknowledge was that because we didn't capture it in this year's budget, we all took that compromise position that it should take effect from 2023. That, in principle, is the agreement. It's refreshing that yesterday, Speaker, we all came together in pushing and advocating strongly, especially on project fund for members of parliament who have come under stress for some time now. And if you look at where we took it from to the conclusion we had yesterday, it's quite admirable. It's something that we need to encourage. For a long time, we've not had that leap in terms of, that is something we need to recognize. Yesterday, there were concerns about outstanding payments. No, I thought
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by your directive, so let it be consensual as you have guided. that when it comes to the law, we will amend it to reflect that from 2023 financial year, GET funds shall not be included in the institutions that are earmarked and decap, because, Mr. Speaker, they are bleeding. And they are bleeding, as you may see in the committee's report. I'll just make few remarks. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 3 of the committee's report. Debt service 2021, GET fund, 866 million. How can we justify this? Because we borrowed against the receivables of GET fund. So, Mr. Speaker, it means that of 1.4 billion, even though the disbursement is 1.2 billion, over half of it goes to service debt, not to provide complementary education infrastructure, whether in primary education, secondary education, or tertiary education. What is even more worrying is the Minister for Finance bringing in another vehicle called Dachi. What business do we have doing with Dachi? Because GET Fund has a minister. Beyond the minister, it has a board. That is the governance structures this House contemplated and passed the law. Why will you bring in a Dachi, an intermediary, to take a loan and to profile a loan and to restructure the loan? Do away with Dachi. Mr. Speaker, we will not accept this. I'm short of saying that fraudulent transaction should be set aside. What is Dachi doing? That is why you have a minister. That is why you have a board. Why are you bringing in? Mr. Speaker, we have been told that 100 million is being paid for debt swap. 100 million Ghana. How many classrooms can that build? How many classrooms can that build? 100 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I just referred to you to page 3. Now look at the difference. Out of 1.4, they got 1. And Mr. Speaker, there is an outstanding 700 million. The Minister for Finance must take steps.
Honorable Leader, hold on. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I heard the minority leader say that fraudulent transaction. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the minority leader to respectfully withdraw that, because this is something that has gone through the process. This is not the first time we have the Dachi bond as reported in the GET fund formula. So for the minority leader to say that it's a fraudulent transaction, I think it is out of place. Respectfully submitted.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to stand by it because I have given my reason. You have a GET fund established by law. It has its structures, a minister supervising it. There is a board supervising it. Why do you need an intermediary? That state resources is being paid to that intermediary to do what? To do what? I'm not convinced, so I want to stand by my word. I will not withdraw it. I do not see why state resources should go to Dachi. I do not, and I stand by it. Why should money go to Dachi? To do what? Are they part of the board? Are they part of the minister? Mr. Speaker, let me go further.
No, Leader, you can't go further here. I'm ruling that that word is offensive.
Okay, then don't contribute to that debate. Approve your thing. Me, I don't want to be part of.
Yes.
Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion to make a few observations. Speaker, it's refreshing that this morning, based on yesterday's agreement, we met with the Deputy Minister of Finance because of the issues that have come up in terms of outstandings. And he had given us a roadmap, what the decision of the ministry is as an attempt to deal with the outstanding payment. That for me is refreshing. And let me also observe the decision. I think the fund administrator and the minister didn't have difficulty in deciding that project fund for members of parliament as well as our MME
had to be increased, and it was increased substantially. That is something we need to all be happy about. But all in all,
We are closing it.
I think for the fact that a roadmap and a certain schedule had been established by the Finance Ministry, all we have to do as part of our oversight is to follow up and ensure that these plans laid down are respected, and then the outstanding payments are dealt with. Yes, we are all concerned about the difficulty Get Fund is going through. If you look at the history of the establishment of Get Fund, I recall once as a student leader, my respected minority leader, all the fights we all had to endure and go through for this to see the light of day. If it's coming up, it's becoming an issue, all of us have to speak to her. But I am happy to say that the ministry is committed to deal with the outstanding, and for me that is a positive. It's not the first time the fund has suffered outstanding payment, but where they come to an agreement that a schedule will be met and all these outstandings will be dealt with. As for the other issues that are coming up, I think that with time, house, and we have a committee in place that has an oversight to play over the ministry and the fund. They should deal with the matter and make sure that they bring a finality to it. Speaker, I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion, and in so doing, to indicate that in our pursuit of probity and accountability, the Dachi arrangement is one of the most transparent financial arrangements we've had, ensuring that payment goes directly to contractors for projects that are completed for the country to receive value. Mr. Speaker, in the past years, we have seen government investing through Get Fund heavily into education infrastructure at the tertiary levels to be able to have commensurate expansion to accommodate the increased numbers of enrollments we have in our pre-tertiary as occasioned by free SHS. In this allocation, Mr. Speaker, on page 9 of the report, the formula is allocating a total of 546 million for tertiary support. Among the projects that this fund will be used to support will be infrastructural expansion. Part will also be applied to ensure that students that are in need are supported under the Student Loan Trust Fund, with the no guarantor policy having been amended and the obstacles to student accessing support having been removed. A portion of this amount will also be applied to expand TVET workshops, as well as ensuring that scholarships are given in our resolve to ensure that by the year 2030, we increase our current gross tertiary enrollment ratio to 40%, to a level that will position Ghana as a country that is assertively and rapidly developing. Currently, we are at 20%. We have 8 years more to get there. This investment will go a long way to support us in that pursuit. Mr. Speaker, the very foundation of our education is early childhood, is the early grades, and is the basic schools. And investment into that foundation is very essential and critical. As a matter of record, between 2017 and 2020, a total of 801 projects were initiated at basic level. Some were kindergarten, some were 3-unit classroom blocks, others were 6-unit classroom blocks, all across the length and breadth of this country to ensure that a Ghanaian child has a conducive place to receive their learning. And this, under this arrangement, in page 10, a total of 325 million will be allocated to basic education to expand basic education infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we thank the House for the consensus around the investment into education and implore the House to adopt this motion. Thank you very much.
Now put a question. The leadership have had their voices here. Not on this matter, I'm done. No leaders, I'm done. The leaders have spoken, I've taken it now. I'm going to put a question. Do you have an issue At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 12. Oh, no, 13. I think I'll take 16 and 17. Yes.
Speaker, I'm reliably informed that the other reports are not ready yet, and hence we will go on to page 11 and take item 19 and 20. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, minority bench. Do you have an issue with moving to 19 and 20?
Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a signal from the ranking member on rules and transport that they have an issue with it. If there's another item that we can skip this one so that they reconcile their issues before we come back to it. Kwame, what's the issue?
I'm dealing with the leaders. If you agree that we move it, we move it. If you don't agree, we move on to another.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, we can skip that one then.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip or Deputy Leader. There's an issue with that, so we'll move on to another one.
Speaker, under the circumstance, my colleagues will consult further or we'll do some more consultation. So we'll go on to page 13, page 12. Speaker, with your leave, page 12, item 22.
Item what, 22?
Indeed, page 12, 22.
Yes. Minority bench, do you have any issue with 22?
Mr. Speaker, we can proceed.
Very well. Item 22, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a procedural motion, and with your leave, I'd like to move 22 and 25 together because they are captured by the same report. All right. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motions listed as items 22 and 25 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt the procedural motions number 22 and 25 on today's order paper have been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now you may proceed to move the main motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, with your leave, I will move items 23 and 26 together. And without permission, I rise to move, Mr. Speaker, that the motions listed as items 23 and 26 order paper be moved. And in the process, I would like to present your committee's report. As usual, I request the Hansa Department to capture the full content of the report whilst I take the conclusions. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after meeting with officials from the Ministry of Finance and Ministries of Food and Agriculture, and interrogating the issues considerably, make the following recommendations to the House. That this House approves the buyer's credit agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of India, acting through the Export-Import Bank of India, for an amount of $24,984,410 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the establishment of an assembly plant for tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agricultural implements in Ghana in accordance with Article 181 of the National Constitution. And together with it, Mr. Speaker, to request for a waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, import exim levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana CD equivalent of 1,810,197 United States dollars on materials, equipment, and machinery required to be procured for the implementation of the establishment of the assembly plant, tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agricultural implements in Ghana in accordance with the Constitution. Respectfully submitted, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, at committee, we were very clear that any effort aimed at improving mechanization and providing our farmers with the tools that will allow them to improve productivity will be in the interest of the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that just like we are currently having problems shipping a number of those equipment into the country under the circumstances, the assembling of these equipment within the country will provide us the opportunity to be able to have tractors and those other ancillaries supplied to our farmers at a better cost than we would have imported them. Mr. Speaker, the committee was together agreeing to support this because the terms, in our view, were quite concessionary, and because of that, we thought that we should approve this so the assembling can take place immediately if possible. With this regard, Mr. Speaker, I call on the House to support the approval of this facility and the related waivers to enable the project to proceed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to make some few comments. Mr. Speaker, this motion is one of the laudable motions moved in this House. A motion for the procurement of tractors and machinery, Mr. Speaker, is in the right direction. Coming from a rural constituency, Mr. Speaker, and specifically at this time, most farmers getting access to tractor services centers or getting access to agricultural machinery to plow their farms at this time. It looks as if they all want to do it at the same time because mostly the farmers we have in our part of the world rely on rain-fed agriculture. Therefore, going to follow a queue, waiting for somebody's tractor to finish plowing his farm before it comes to yours, Mr. Speaker, sometimes is problematic. In this direction, Mr. Speaker, I think we as policymakers and lawmakers or as leaders of the country, we must take a bold step to make sure that we well equip our tractor services centers. And the best way to do this is to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, facilities like this or motions like this are approved to be able to boast the number of agricultural machinery that we have in the country. When we are able to do this, we can use shorter period to be able to get access to agricultural machinery to be able to plow our farms. So, Speaker, I would have talked, but time is not on our side. But I want to conclude by saying that members should throw their weight on this, for this is going to help the farmers in this country to be able to make sure that Ghana becomes a self-sufficient country in food production. With this few comments, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Leader. Very well. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the motion. Say aye. All against. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes.
Speaker, we are ready for item 13 on page 9. Yes. Item 13, Speaker, with your leave. And Speaker, I'll seek your leave for...
Can't you leave for the second division
for the second
to move it on my behalf?
Take it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, motion number 13, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly Common Fund for the year 2022 may be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now we'll proceed to motion number 14. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the committee on the proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly Common Fund for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, in doing that, kindly indulge me to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the proposed formula for the distribution of the District Assembly Common Fund was laid before this House on Friday, the April 1st, 2022 by the Honourable Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business, Honourable Chairman Sausebunsu, in accordance with Article 2522 of the 1992 Constitution and Sections 1253 and 129A of the Local Government Act 2016 at 936. Mr. Speaker, yesterday your committee met, and in attendance of our meeting was the Administrator of the Common Fund, Honorable Arina Toshi Ado, who came and explained matters to us. Honorable members, so many observations were made, but for want of time, the conclusion was that having carefully examined the formula for the sharing of the District Assembly Common Fund for 2022, the committee recommends that the House adopt its report and approve Scenario A of the weighting formula as the basis for sharing the amount of 3,342,970,849 Ghana cedis allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund in the 2022 budget statement and economic policy. The Speaker, I thank you and I so move.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for the distribution of the District Assembly's Common Fund for 2022. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to say that yesterday we had one of the best times I have seen in my days in this House of a meeting of the Committee of the Whole, when for the first time both sides of the House agreed on the basic principle that we all have to fight for the development of the MMDAs. And the only way we can do that for a comprehensive development of this country is for all of us to put behind us our partisan cloak and look at the development of the constituents and the districts which have brought us into this House. We were very emphatic in our conclusion that the Ministry of Finance has not treated the District Assembly's Common Fund with the seriousness it deserves. And generally we concluded that if we want development in this country to go at a much more faster pace than what we are seeing in recent days, then we should all support the District Assembly's Common Fund to be as effective as the Constitution wants it to be. We should protect the constitutional mandate of the fund by making sure that the Ministry of Finance do not treat the management of releases to the fund within its own whims and caprices. We are of the view that releases must be on time and they must be accurate. We also concluded that the Ministry of Finance should be a bit more transparent with us by letting us know what really constitutes the 5% of total revenue due the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, so that she can also then be able to distribute what she's supposed to give to the various MMDAs. Right, Honourable Speaker, as the chairman of the Committee of the Whole said, we were yesterday very angered by a letter which was supposed to order the District Assembly's Common Fund to cut its expected releases from the 3.3 that we all voted for under the appropriations to 2.3. And just as we said yesterday, I'm repeating, that the District Assembly Common Fund is a constitutional mandate. And as such, it doesn't fall within somebody's powers to decide to vary what the Constitution has said. If the GET Fund and the National Health Insurance Fund will countenance that, the recent judgment of the Supreme Court in Kodo Kwashiga versus the Republic further accentuates the fact that the District Assembly's Common Fund is constitutional. No one can vary its implementation. In view of this, we all came to the conclusion that the sanctity of the provision in the Constitution must be protected. And so the 3.3, which was agreed and approved during the appropriation, should be maintained. We are happy that an administrator has gone further to indicate to us how that extra 960 million will be utilized. And we are happy that close to 75% of that is going to the development in the various MMDAs. We want to thank the administrator for respecting the wish of the House yesterday that majority and a large amount of those monies must go back for the intended purposes in the district assemblies. I want to urge the House to support this proposed formula so that all of us as MPs, we can help to enhance development in our various districts. I so move. Right, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Does anybody have a contrary? Otherwise, I'll go. Oh, Chairman. Very well. I'll listen to you and come here.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I'll come to you. Yes, Chairman, go on. After that, I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just a brief comment about the report. Mr. Speaker, since 1988, when Ghana started its decentralization agenda, we've come far as a nation. And this is not what is being done to the fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the total amount allocated to the fund, only 19% of the amount was received by the fund. It's quite unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
20% was received by.
The Committee on Local Government and Rural Development undertook some talk to the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad that this is the only fund which the assemblies rely on for development. And if only 19-20% of the fund is received to be dispersed to the assemblies, what can they do? There are a lot of projects. There are a lot of projects which are at various stages of completion. And to me, it is not helping. And the way and manner the funds are even released to the fund is not right. As it has been said, already been said by the ranking member of the committee, that the directive from the Ministry of Finance to cut the fund by 30%, to me, is illegal. And that letter should be withdrawn immediately. It is revenues that are to be corrected. So, for instance, Parliament has approved 3.4 billion. And if Minister of Finance, by the end of the year, you have about 3 billion, it is the 3 billion that will charge the 5% on. So what do you have to write to the administrator to direct the fund manager to cut down this amount? You could even be happier if corrections are more than what has been approved by Parliament, above the 3.4 billion, maybe to 4 billion. I mean, it is good. But to say you are cutting the revenues that will be accrued to the fund by 30%, I think it is very unfortunate. And it has been decided by this August House that what we need to go with is the amount that is contained in the Appropriation Act. It is the amount that this August House has approved. That is what the administrator should work with. And on this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your indulgence. And I believe that the Minister of Finance will continue to engage this Honourable House on these statutory funds, not only common fund. The other funds, like debt fund, like health insurance fund. At the health committee's meeting, the Committee on Health, at our meeting, the fund, Mr. Speaker, I think we are yet to debate on that. It's quite unfortunate. And I believe that if we are ready to develop the country, we need to take these funds very serious. Because I believe that's the way to go. And we should all support it. I mean, both sides of the House, so that we can protect the sanctity of these funds for development at the local level. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed will conclude on this. I just want to say briefly that
I had promised the honourable member for Clote Kole that after the chairman, I'll recognize it. But when your leader is on his feet, leader, are you sitting? Otherwise.
Are you taking only one more from this end?
I thought that once you come is leadership, then I go to leadership.
I'm hopeful that Honorable Chief Whip opposite will allow Honorable Ahmed. I will speak very briefly. Then come to him.
Let me listen to Honorable Clotte Colley, then I'll come to you. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've been trying to catch your eye to let you know that myself and the other members of Parliament on this side have not received a copy of the report of the whole on the distribution of the District Assembly Common Fund. So we are unable to follow nor contribute to this particular discussion on this particular report. If you could kindly assist the
Very
members on
well.
this
Thank
side.
you for bringing that. But the leadership will ensure that you get a copy. Yes, Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the House. I remember very well, Mr. Speaker, if you yourself recollect, when you first came to this House, this Assembly Common Fund, not more than 5% is what was spent in Accra. And even that, we insist that they show how it's going to be spent. Mr. Speaker, gradually the fund, a chunk of it is being spent in Accra, and we need to watch it. I have cautioned our colleagues on local government that, yes, this year there's a lot of challenge. You are seeing Minister of Finance indicating to agencies that because of difficulties of finance, and if you look at even last year, how much of the money has been released. But I just want the chair and the ranking to take note. If next year you come and you are still going to spend a lot of the money in Accra, procuring in Accra, obviously you should prepare for a lot of challenge. These monies are supposed to go to the districts. And you will notice that the amount of money that goes by way of MP's projects, the total is 8%. All of us sitting in this chamber, 275 of us, when you put all the money together, it's just 8%. About 26% is being spent in Accra. So just imagine, more than 3 times what goes to all the MPs put together is being spent in Accra. This is a cause of worry. And we cannot sit as MPs and just gross over it and not be worried about it. So I only hope that they will take note, and moving into next year, we want to see a chunk of the money going to the district, because that's why it was established, not to be spending a lot of the money in Accra. I must admit that the releases that have been done to all the agencies is woefully inadequate, and it's really suffocating the agencies with the mandate that this House has tasked them to embark. Whether health insurance, whether get fund, all of them are struggling. I hope Abina is speaking, or my colleague Honorable Abina is speaking a lot of notes to ensure that releases are done to enable them work. Yes, this morning when leadership met the finance ministry, there were some assurance that today some over 200 million will go to common fund, and next week hopefully the other statutory funds will also see some release. Abina, we hope that you stick to your promise and ensure that resources are released to these funds so that you'll be able to carry out their mandate. Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, I want Honorable Ahmed to conclude the debate so that we can end.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my Chief Whip has done it all. Chief Whip, may you live long. Mr. Speaker, I can't just support this motion without thanking your good self and every member in this House for standing for the country yesterday and making sure that Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution is judiciously followed. Mr. Speaker, this and if you check the history of the District Assembly Common Fund and the impact of the District Assembly Common Fund in the socio-economic development of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, everywhere and every district that you go, there's visibility. But Mr. Speaker, most at times, finance ministers tend to think that the District Assembly Common Fund is a free area for them to go. Yesterday, until you came to chair the District Assembly Common Fund Committee of the Whole Meeting to consider it, and as a lawyer to make sure that the constitutional provision is followed, and to help this House to throw away the letter that was written by the Minister for Finance, making sure that there was a 20% cut on the District Assembly Common Fund, and making sure that, Mr. Speaker, the budget that was approved in this House is duly followed. Mr. Speaker, if we had entertained yesterday's letter, after Supreme Court had ruled that the District Assembly Common Fund cannot be capped, and that oil revenue must also be made part of the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, if Supreme Court rules, and therefore the law that was enacted in this House was thrown away, this Assembly Common Fund was taken to make sure that it cannot be capped, how can somebody, no matter how powerful you are, see somewhere write a letter and saying that this fund should be reduced to this level? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that. But Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2018, this House, in approving the District Assembly Common Fund for the year 2018, made a strong argument to say that a portion of the District Assembly Common Fund should be taken in Accra and should be used to construct district courthouses in every district. Mr. Speaker, about 100 of them, we started the construction. The local government committee went round nationwide. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund and the Chief Justice as well. She liaised with the Judicial Service, and where there are no courts, they started the construction of court from 2018. Mr. Speaker, we started with just 100 million Ghana cedis from the District Assembly Common Fund. And everywhere you go, Mr. Speaker, the magnificent structures that are there, we went to almost every region. We inspected them. Mr. Speaker, the projects are there. However, Mr. Speaker, we were not only building courthouses. The House further said that if you go to see the kind of dilapidated courthouses that are delivering justice in our country, they were an eyesore. It was that principle that advised this House to make sure that in approving the formula, an allocation was made for that line item. We went further to make sure that accommodation is provided for judges, high court judges, and appeal court justices. If you go to Denyami in Kumasi, Mr. Speaker, the local government committee, we went there with the Minister for Local Government, Honorable Dambuke, in 2021 to inspect construction work there. Mr. Speaker, these are visible work going on. However, Mr. Speaker, in 2021, with all this, the funds was not released for the payment of those projects. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, variation will have to be done, and the cost will increase. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the Minister for Finance. And when we were making those allocations, the two Deputy Ministers for Finance at that time were here. So, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, make sure that the allocation that we made and the construction that began, you are able to release the funds for the payment. Else, if variation should go, the cost will go very high, and we may not be able to afford. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we may be adjourning Senate day today. MPs, while we are in the constituencies, MPs must be enabled to be able to deliver based on their promises. Don't wait until May ending when we come back before you release third quarter 2021. Then we have to leave the work here to go and do disbursement and procurement in our constituencies. So, Mr. Speaker, thank God the two deputy ministers for finance, Honorable John Kuma, is sitting opposite me, and Honorable Abra Oseasare is also here. Support your members as we are going today. Make it a project to make sure that you deliver the third quarter project and the fourth quarter project for MPs to be able to do their work before we come back in May. Don't let us come without you delivering. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Your words were not few, Grant. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion and to say that a few of the things are being overflowed. The matter raised by my good friend, the Chief Whip, is a matter that is within our domain. We have an oversight committee that should be able to take that matter up in ensuring that indeed the fund gets to the various districts that they are meant for. That should not come up as a subject of discussion in this chamber. We expect the committee and its leadership to show leadership in this regard. Speaker, this morning I want to commend the two deputy ministers who have lived true to their words. Yesterday they had promised to meet leadership. This morning, true to their words, they met us. I am aware, reliably informed, that some substantial disbursement have been done in regard of common fund. So we need to recognize that. The Honorable John Kuma and Abna Oseasare are working assiduously to deal with the matter. This is a concern that has compounded over the years, so we also need to be a bit considerate in our criticism. I think that moving forward, leadership must take this matter up. Yes, it's a constitutional mandate, but it will not be remiss on our part if we regularly engage the minister to ensure that we all come atop the situation. Many occasions, myself and the Deputy Whip have done some legwork in this regard, which have yielded positive results. So we shouldn't rest on our oars. Let's keep pushing for the ministry to do the needful so that these concerns will not be outstanding for far too long. But I'm happy for the unity of purpose on both sides in ensuring that we deal with this matter. So I thank you for the opportunity and fully support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, we'll take the last one, then I can cede the seat to the. We'll take the Get Fund one now, can we?
Yes, but
sorry, the health insurance one now.
When we took item 23, inadvertently we did not take the resolution. So, Speaker, I'll seek your leave for the Deputy Minister of Finance to take item 24. Yes, item 24. Yeah.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Item 24, resolution on page 13 be adopted. Honourable Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yeah, so seconding the motion to adopt the resolution. Yes.
Here now. Speaker, page 16 of today's order paper.
The motion has been moved. On the seconder.
The motion moved.
Who is seconding the motion?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution numbered 20.
7. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, item 27.
Sorry, I want to be clear on which motion the resolution. I'm confusing 25, because there's 27 which is a resolution and 25 which is a resolution. Very well. So the House has adopted the resolution number 25 on today's order paper. Yes, 27 is also a resolution. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that resolution number 27 on page 15 be adopted. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, who is seconding the motion? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All in favor of the House adopting the motion. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The resolution number 27 on page 15 of today's order paper has been moved and seconded. Has been adopted. Yes. Yes.
Hurry up. Speaker, page 16, item 28.
Please, let's take the Health Fund one, so I can cede the seat to the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, we have some good agreement that we'll take 28, after which we'll do the health issue. Okay. Speaker, we are guided accordingly, so we'll go on to item 15 on page 10. Item 15, page 10, Speaker.
Yes. Item 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, motion procedural that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Orders 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2022 may be moved now. The Speaker, I so move.
Who is seconding the motion? Yes.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Item 16.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, in moving the motion, kindly permit me to present the report of the committee, and I pray that the Hansa Department should capture the report in its entirety as I proceed on the highlights of the report. Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I want to seek your leave to make a small correction on the conclusion page. That is item 14.0, line number 2. The National Health Insurance Fund for 2022, it has been inscribed 2021. So I want the correction to be effected.
Yes, leave is granted. Effect the correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Yesterday, your committee met, and in attendance of our discussion was Dr. Lydia Selby, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance, together with one of her deputies and the Director of Budget. Mr. Speaker, we went through their program, and the committee agreed that in spite of all the difficulties they are going through, the National Health Insurance Committee is still keeping to its mandate. It is paying the health care cost of members of the National Health Insurance Scheme. It is paying for approved administrative expenses in relation to the running of the National Health Insurance Scheme. It is facilitating the provision of access to healthcare services. It is undertaking investment to promote access to health services as may be determined by the Minister for Health in consideration of the board of the authority. Mr. Speaker, I could see that you are pressed of time, and I will therefore jump into conclusion. And the conclusion is that, Mr. Speaker, this House is hereby employed to adopt this report of the proposed formula for disbursement of the National Health Insurance Fund for the year 2022 to enable the NHIA undertake its activity earmarked for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I so move.
Yes. No long talk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think there are only two major issues that needs to be highlighted. Only two, Mr. Speaker, and I take a cue from your directive. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 4, you see table 4. You see the reported collections as against actual releases. Mr. Speaker, as the other statutory fund has indicated, I mean, in the case of the National Health Insurance, it is even worse, taking more than 2 billion and releasing 127 million, Mr. Speaker. I think that we must do something about it with immediate effect. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, members also raised issues about the fact that there's a huge delay in accrediting newly completed, health facilities in the country, and therefore there's the need for the authority to expedite action in the accreditation of those health facilities. So, Speaker, today I'm disappointing you. With these few words, I second the motion.
He's disappointed me so much. Yes. Unless, yes, Chief Whip.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to believe what is in law, Honorable Ahi is saying, that we have to investigate our conduct. This submission is too short. Okay, withdraw. I withdraw. I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, just to add that if you look at the formula, the health insurance this year, the authorities have done something that I think we need to watch. Because when we talk in the law about the levy that goes into the fund, and not more than just 10% of it should be used for other things in their non-core. This year, in order to be able to rake more into the non-core, they decided to add even their IDS to swell it up so that the non-core will go up. Mr. Speaker, my only question is that they should watch it so that next year they don't repeat that, because they are giving so much away, leaving their core function. Because if you look at the amount of money that's going into one of the main non-core, that one alone is 291 million, almost 292 million Ghana cedis. That's a lot of money. It is our hope that in the implementation, Honorable Abra will do well to ensure that the releases are on time so that claims are not delayed unnecessarily. Mr. Speaker, lastly, one major thing is gradually creeping in. Because of the heavy exchange losses, the rate at which they paid the claims, if you look at it, it used to be averaging about $7, and now because of the exchange losses, what they are paying to providers has actually gone less than half. That's about $3. The rate has really gone down. This is gradually becoming a disincentive for a lot of the providers, because if you look at their consumables, they still have to find money to get all those expensive things, and then when it's time for reimbursement, because the rates have not been revised for some time, you see that many of them are running into losses. I hope that during the year, the authority will find time, together with the ministry, to meet providers and be able to meet them, and let's look at how we can revise the rates that they are currently using. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I call on the House to support the approval of the National Health Insurance Fund formula for 2022. Thank you very much, Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against the motion, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. Honorable Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, page 16, item 28.
Item 28. Motion by the chairman. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 28 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any seconder? Yes, Honorable Kodo.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion listed as item 29 on today's order paper, and in the process present your committee's report. I request the Handler Department to capture the full content of the report, whilst I go straight to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, your able committee, the Finance Committee, after meeting officials from the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense, had lengthy deliberations on this subject matter, on this referral, and came to the following conclusions: that in recognition of the immense healthcare, defense, and other socio-economic benefits to be derived from the project, and in view of the foregoing, the committee respectfully recommends to this House to adopt this report and to approve by resolution the financing agreement, Sellers Credit Facility, between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Finance, and the China Shipbuilding Trading Company Limited, for an amount of 84,994,050 United States dollars to finance Phase A of the 37 Military Hospital Expansion Project in accordance with the Constitution. Respectfully submitted, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Adongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, but to indicate that we all know that the 37 military hospital, apart from our teaching hospitals, is one of the most respected hospital facilities we have in our country. Mr. Speaker, it has always been a pleasure when the country attempts to provide for the health needs of our people. And so the upgrade of the 37 military hospital is a project that we all need to support in order to bring it to fruition. Mr. Speaker, the only little challenge I have, and consistent with several projects of government, is when government is required to provide counterpart funding for a new project. Projects have delayed in this country on account of difficulties encountered by government to provide the counterpart funding. And the first phase expects government to provide about $15 million in order to bring the total cost of the first phase to about $99 million. Mr. Speaker, I do not know what the commercial agreement would look like, but I will be very grateful if, as a country, we focus on what financing we have closed for a project, so that as the country is approving $99 million, out of which 99 million euros, out of which 84 million is direct loan, we shouldn't run into the temptation of probably committing the state to the entire project, which is over 200 million. Once that is done, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we will be capable to handle this project and provide the needed relief to our people who need enhanced health care. On this basis, Mr. Speaker, I call on the House to approve this facility. Thank you very much.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. I assume it has been debated, and the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 29 in today's order paper is hereby adopted.
Speaker, item 30. Item 30, page 17.
Yes. Is the minister? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 30 on pages 17 and 18 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes. Who is seconding the resolution?
Speaker, yes. Right to
honourable member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and seconded. The question is, as many as are in favour of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby carried. Yes.
Speaker, page 23 now.
Page
23.
23.
23, item 41. I'll do it.
Well, honourable members, let's turn to page number 23, item number 41. The procedural motion. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the procedural motion listed 41 at page 23 of today's order paper may be moved now. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. The motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? This procedural. Yes, Honorable Member for Afram.
I beg to second the motion.
Come again. Secretary.
Yeah.
Very well. Honorable members, this procedural motion, the motion has been moved, has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question, the motion is adopted. Now we come to 42. Yes, the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs on the contract agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and the Action Construction Equipment Limited of India for an amount of 24,984,410 United States dollars to finance the implementation of the establishment of assembly plant for tractors, backhoe loaders, and fabrication of agricultural implements in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in presenting your report, I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read in its entirety, whilst I also concentrate on the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee critically examined the commercial agreement and respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution of the commercial agreement of 24,984,410 United States dollars between the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and Action Construction Equipment Limited, New Delhi, India, for the establishment of assembly plant for tractors, backhoe loaders, fabrication of agricultural implements in Ghana. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Very well. Let me come to you, Honorable Eric.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I would like to make some few observations. Mr. Speaker, when you read page 2 of the report, under the heading background, the figures speak for themselves. 44% of our labor force is engaged in agriculture, and the contribution of agriculture to nominal GDP in 2019 is put at 15.3%. So what it means is that we use almost half of our labor force to contribute just 15.3% of our growth. Just because that's an indication of widespread poverty among farmers in our country. And the only way we can redeem them from abject poverty is to modernize agriculture. And modernization of agriculture is anchored on agricultural mechanization. Mr. Speaker, over the years, every year, Ghana spends around 6.5 million to import agricultural machinery into this country. This is putting pressure on the exchange rate, and it is one of the reasons why our exchange rate regime cannot be stabilized. Mr. Speaker, today, we are taking a bold step to import the parts and do the assembling here in Ghana. If that is done, it will reduce the cost of agricultural machinery in our country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will be in a capacity to even sell some of these plants to neighboring countries, and that will restore some kind of stability to the exchange rate. On this note, it is an important project, and Mr. Speaker, we fully support a project of this nature. I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It is before the House. Now let me invite I should put the question. Now the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Now let's move to 43.
Speaker, I thought you would seek my guidance. We should be taking
43.
Yes. As a resolution. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Now the minister, deputy minister, honorable member 41 East, may you take the resolution listed 43 in today's paper. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Agriculture, let's hear you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to say that the resolutions listed as item number 41, 43, 1 and 2 be taken now. I so move.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved. Who is seconding it? Yes, Honorable Opoku.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against the resolution say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Speaker, item 44 now, on page 25 of today's order paper.
Yes, Honorable the Deputy Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I so move that the procedural motion on today's order paper, numbered 44, page 25, be moved now. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The procedural motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? Yes, Honorable James.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. The question is, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it and the motion is carried. So, Honorable Deputy Chairman, Honorable Member from Vasmari, we come to 45.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the engineering, procurement, and construction contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana through the Ministry of Defense and China Shipping Trading Company Limited for a total sum of 289,900,000 United States dollars to finance the 37 military hospital expansion project. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I pray that the Hazard Department will capture the report as having been read in its entirety, whilst I reiterate on the conclusions. Speaker, the committee is of the considered view that the project will be undoubtedly improve the operations of the 37 military hospital and the general healthcare delivery in the country. The committee hereby recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the engineering, procurement, and construction contract agreements between the government of Ghana acting through the Ministry of Defense and the China Shipbuilding Trading Company Limited for a total sum of $289,900,000 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Honourable James Agaga, let's hear you by way of second.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably moved by the Vice Chairman of the Committee for Defence and Interior.
Vice Chairperson.
Vice Chairperson. Mr. Speaker, the committee, as the Vice Chairperson has indicated, considered the engineering, procurement and construction contract between the Republic of Ghana and China Shipbuilding Company Limited, and the total amount, the total sum that was brought before us for approval, Mr. Speaker, is $282,437,610 United States dollars. The objective for which this loan agreement was brought before us, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that 37 Military Hospital, which has been with us since 1941, is expanded into a world-class facility which would help improve upon healthcare delivery in our country. Mr. Speaker, we were made to understand at the level of the committee that the expansion works that are supposed to be carried out at the 37 Military Hospital is in line with its designated status as a UN Level 4 hospital. And with that status, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the hospital is developed into a world-class facility to make it a point of referral.
Ranking, when you say UN Level 4 hospital, what do you mean?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the UN has designated certain health facilities for their purposes as level 1, 2, 3, and 4. Level 4 means that the hospital is considered as a highly ranked hospital for purposes of the referral of UN personnel for treatment, including UN peacekeepers. And so, with that conferred status, it is important that the facility is expanded in scope and character in order to give meaning to the newly conferred status. Mr. Speaker, we interrogated the figures very well, and we had challenges initially with respect to what we're supposed or required to approve as a committee. Reason being that the contract has been broken down into phases. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. Now, Mr. Speaker, Phase 1 of the project has a total sum of $97,989,79.00 US dollars. So, whereas, Mr. Speaker, the financing agreement, which was dealt with by our colleagues on the Finance Committee, approved of the sum covering the Phase 1, our committee was invited, Mr. Speaker, to approve of the contract sums that would cover Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. And the total figure stated for the total contract sum would now amount to USD 282,437,610. Mr. Speaker, that was a challenge. But when we interrogated the issue, the responses we got were that, Mr. Speaker, this sum should be approved as a whole, and that once that is done, we wouldn't have to come back. And so that is a matter that we looked at very critically and arrived at the conclusion that we're fine, we're within the confines of the law governing the contracts. In any case, Mr. Speaker, one of the terms of contract, as clearly stated in the conditions of the contract at clauses 14.1, clearly captures the total sum for which we were asked to grant approval, and we accordingly did so unanimously at the level of our committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee, as is required of us, also demanded for the production of a value for money report to allow us due justice to the figures that were brought before us. Mr. Speaker, we were very strict on this subject, but the responses and assurances that we got was that value for money would be commissioned, and that even before the contract is signed, Mr. Speaker, value for money audit would have been tabled before signature. And so we were convinced at that point that even though as a committee we did not have the privilege of citing the value for money audit, the fact of value for money audit having been listed as one of the documents that must be prepared and submitted prior to final signature, we thought that that was sufficient for us to proceed with. Mr. Speaker, in all, I believe that the expansion works at 37 Military Hospital, if it materializes, would position Ghana as a destination for medical tourism within our sub-region. With those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Yes, let me come to colleague Rote.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Committee on Defence and Interior on the Engineering, Procurement and Construction Contract Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Defence, the report of the Committee on
Honourable
Defence
Member, may you
and
speak up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the report on the Committee on Defence and Interior of the Engineering, Procurement and Construction Contract Agreement between the Government of Ghana, Government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Defence, and the China Shipbuilding Trading Company Limited for a total sum of $289,900,000 United States dollars to finance the 37 military hospital expansion project made up of Phase 1, $99,993,000 United States dollars, Phase 2, $151,486,000 United States dollars, and Phase 3, $38,421,000 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this project with regards to the expansion and upgrade of the 37 military hospital is long overdue. However, as the Deputy Ranking Member on the Committee for Defence and Interior, and given the history we have of the police hospital and the Afari hospital running into delays and other legal complications, it was of great interest that we really scrutinize every aspect of this contract and the legal documents accompanying it to ensure that the military hospital does not run into any such problems. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to express my observation on the fact that the documents were presented to the committee quite late, and for a project of this stature, and considering the amount of money involved, it would be very useful if in future the committee is given enough notice, as well as perhaps members who can join the committee who have the relevant expertise to more adequately scrutinize the small print that is involved in approving a contract of this nature. Mr. Speaker, the committee was not given the privilege of a tour of the facility in advance of this project, which would have been a useful part considering how extensive this project is supposed to be. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the representative of the AG's office promised to present to the committee a final draft of the legal document that had been amended and incorporated into the 1999 document that the government of Ghana is using as a basis for entering into this contract. The committee has still not cited this document, and we would be very grateful if that could be made available to us to reassure us of what was presented at the committee level that led us to agree to unanimously pushing for this project to be seen through. The other issue that was of concern at the committee level was the medical street, which we were assured would be reassessed using the value for money, and the contract would not be signed until that procedure has been actually gone through. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, some of the outstanding issues with the military hospital, including outstanding payments to the hospital, were raised at the committee level, insisting that the government of Ghana ensure that all outstanding payments to the 37 military hospital are paid in order to ensure that entitled personnel can actually avail of the services on the hospital premises and stop having to pay for medical care in private facilities. Mr. Speaker, with these said, the other issue that was of concern was to ensure that the equipment that will be provided to the hospital as part of this contract would be of the best standard, and so that we do not run into a situation where at the operation or the establishment of the hospital, when it starts operating, we have equipment that cannot be used. All of these we were reassured of, and I would hope that having scrutinized it as closely as we have, the House would agree to support the execution of this project in order to ensure that the 37 military hospital is actually operational at the standard that it should be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me go to Wild West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to support the motion ably moved by the Vice Chairperson of the Defense and Interior Committee, supported seriously by my ranking member, Honorable Agalga, on the report of the Committee of Defense on the engineering, procurement and construction contract between the Government of Ghana and China Shipbuilding Trading Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, what is interesting about this seller credit or seller's credit to the Government of Ghana is the fact that the Government of Ghana is going to deal with a military company from China. And for the matter of integrity between the two military institutions, we are very quite sure that the project period of 30 months will be respected. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, many of us in government, or many of the people in Ghana who occupy very respectable positions in society, will stop traveling outside for medical care. Some of us travel as far as Togo to seek medical attention. Some of us go as far as Dubai and Germany to seek medical attention. But on the completion of this project, Mr. Speaker, a $289,900,000 US project. The 37 military hospital is going to be a modernized facility, capable and qualified enough to be called a UN level 4 hospital. In fact, it is going to be a hospital that is going to be centered in West Africa, to the point that many West African countries will be attending upon that hospital to seek medical solutions. Mr. Speaker, the counterpart funding of government, which is about 15 million for the first phase, totaling about 99.9 million, we are believing that government will make do of its part and ensure that the project setup, in fact, the fundamental beginning of the project will meet the timelines, so that we are looking at 30 months to have a modernized, transformed 37 military hospital, so that all of us in this room, you can walk there with that level of confidence, knowing that the level of integrity you expect from a standard hospital is found in Ghana. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, as you look at your watch, but I just thank you very much for the few minutes. I second the motion, and I pray that we all look at it positively. Thank you.
Finally, let me come to who is it West?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But please be brief.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief. Mr. Speaker, this House has all shades of professionals from different industries in this House. The Committee of Defense and Interior is supposed to look at a commercial contract, not just the contract, but the commercial contract of the project. This report that your committee presented does not, and I want to repeat, does not give all of us here the benefit of the fact that they've gone through the commercial contract and therefore they have to be happy with it. Mr. Speaker, why did I say so? If you look at the contract itself, I just have a copy in my hand. Mr. Speaker, the contract, which is a draft contract, states that the following documents are supposed to be part of this contract. And I want to read just 3 of them, whether they have scrutinized those contracts and those documents in this report. And therefore, I am challenging the committee, not the report, but the committee itself, to next time do its work well, so that this House will have the benefit of scrutinizing contracts. In any case, the Finance Committee has a benefit of using the Financial Management Act to go through the various detailed items that are needed. But when it comes to commercial contract, every committee comes with whatever they want. But when they do not really go into the contract, Mr. Speaker, I've said that I was just going to look at 3 items. If you look at the contract, it says that the following document shall be deemed to form and be read and construed as part of the contract. The first one is the contract agreement. The second one, the particular conditions of contract and its annexes. The third one, the financial agreement. The fourth one, the conditions of contract for EPC and turnkey project to be published by FIDIC, first edition, 1999, silver book. There are other issues that I will not look at. Mr. Speaker, now coming to the committee's own report, page 13, item 711 or paragraph 711, it says that the committee noted that the general condition of contract for the EPC turnkey contract was based on specifications published by the International Federation of Consultant Engineers, 1999. First edition, silver book. The committee sought to ascertain why the contract was not drafted using the 2017, which is the latest edition of the pink book. And Mr. Speaker, you are a valuer, and therefore you understand the language I'm speaking. That you have a new edition of a condition of contract that is meant for international project, EPC turnkey contract, and you are using an old one. And when the committee asked, they said they imported some of the clauses and conditions into this contract. Mr. Speaker, are we doing justice to ourselves as a nation? If we are going for the pink book of the 2017. Let's go for the pink book of the 2017. This and few other things, Mr. Speaker, should be looked at. Another thing I want us to consider is the contingency sum. Mr. Speaker, how can you have a project of this magnitude and you will not have a contingency which is an amount set aside in case there are variations or in case there are additions? You don't have a contingency sum in this contract. Mr. Speaker, it shows clearly that there's more work to be done on the contract. Therefore, my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that as we accept and approve this contract today, Mr. Speaker, which I will support for approval, the committee should make sure that all the things that we have stated here, they've gone to see it and make sure it is included in the contract before they sign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, any effort by any government to expand access to quality health infrastructure deserves the support of this august House. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we must support expansion of health infrastructure, we must do things in a manner which is appropriate, respecting the requirements of the 1992 Constitution under Article 181 and the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, as I read this loan, I'm aware that an amount of $99 million have been approved for it. I've heard arguments from our colleagues that we should approve the sum of $289 million. That means, Mr. Speaker, a contingent liability of $190 million. Therefore, it's important that we know what we are approving. If you have a contingent liability of $190 million, you already have the government struggling with management of debt and its servicing. It imposes a further burden on the Minister for Finance as to how much he probably will be able to borrow. However, I think that we could narrow ourselves to the first phase of the project for the approval of the $99 million. But Mr. Speaker, we also are aware that a hospital project, we are told, is divided into 3 phases. Let us know the phases. And at what period will phase 2 take over from phase 1? And at what period will phase 3 take away from phase 2? We need to have that understanding and how much commitment we need to place on it. Mr. Speaker, the 37 military hospital, apart from being a referral hospital, is also a very significant hospital serving the surroundings of Mamobi, Nima, Kotobabi, and others. I've been to the 37 a number of times. My last visit was to Arnold Ward. It didn't end well. My last was to go and see the patient dying. 37 military hospital needs government's urgent support and urgent intervention. That is not in doubt. We support you. But do it in a manner which is appropriate, which reflects the limits of government borrowing. So a new maternity ward for 37 is very eminent, and you must be doing that. Renovation of all the emergency units, particularly, Mr. Speaker, the accident unit at 37 military hospital. I've been there a number of times. It needs to be expanded. They need an arthroscopy complete setup within the 37 military hospital. Even water supply to the 37 military hospital as of today is nothing good to write home about. New scrap-up sinks for all the theaters will be required. 1 more image intensifier will be required. 3 new battery-powered power tools for surgeries will be required. I understand that the 37 military hospital will additionally require an MRI machine for the radiology unit. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, a new trauma theater fully furnished and equipped. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not against the decision of government to retool and re-equip 37, but engage the management and then engage government further. Mr. Speaker, as of today, apart from the IGF of 37, they don't get any subvention from government. That is not acceptable. And we further must also change how we relate to the particular issue of government subventions to the 37 military hospital. Mr. Speaker, a neonatal intensive care unit equipment like incubators, phototherapy lights, ICU monitors, and expansion are all lacking at the 37 military hospital. But you see, we want to have an understanding how you want to spend $298 million US. We understand what $99 million will do today, but phase 2 and 3, there must be a relationship between them. It's not for nothing that contingent liability, we will need to have an explanation as to how to go about it. So are we approving, Mr. Speaker, are we approving $298 million US, or we are approving $99 million US? We need to. Then, Mr. Speaker, let me now come to the beef of the committee report. I've been relating to the management of 37 to send me all this information I've poured out. I'm left with the last bit of it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are told, and Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to a paragraph, page 12. So, Minister, as for this, you must make savings of the money. Mr. Speaker, page 12. Listen to what I say. The committee noted that an amount of 12 million has been allocated for the construction of Medical Street. What Medical Street? All the roads in and around 37 are good streets. We all drive on them. Towards Flagstaff House, through Kaokudi and others, they are good. So what are you going to do with 12 million for one street? Even when you enter 37 military hospital, save when you are going to where you establish at the COVID center and at the back of the mortuary. The streets are good. So this 12 million reallocated for some other purposes. I don't see why you are allocating $12 million for a street within that area. Mr. Speaker, now he's Minister for Defense, so when I'm speaking, I have to respect the fact that he leads our territorial integrity. When he was here, he was shouting on value for money and procurement. Today you are doing sole sourcing. That is not competitive. It has never been competitive. It does not guarantee value for money. It's not competitive. But today, under defense emergencies, your sins can be forgiven. To get 37 military hospitals, a medical street like a corridor, we don't think that money should be spent on that. $12 million is too much, Mr. Speaker. So we need reallocation. Now, consultancy services. I agree, Mr. Speaker, page 11 of your committee's report. The Ghana Armed Forces Directorate and Engineering Services are very capable, and they can work to the management of 37 military hospitals in doing this. Therefore, it's encouraging to read that from you. Public Procurement Authority, you have gone for sole sourcing. I've dealt with it under page 10. Then, Mr. Speaker, project phases. We need the breakdown of the project phases. What is provided in page 8 is just not adequate. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said, nobody will stop an initiative to save the 37 military hospital from the imminent crisis that it is facing. So, Mr. Speaker, we wholeheartedly we think that the matter of contingent liability should be addressed. Then, Mr. Speaker, value for money. Minister, we need an undertaking from you that you walk back to this House with a valid value for money audit report, and we know what savings you have made or what additional resources you have made. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful. This committee is telling us that they are shielding the minister from additional cost tomorrow. Are you in position to bear it? And, Mr. Speaker, I refer you to page 8 of the committee's report. It reads, the committee was informed that approval of all 3 phases of the commission agreement will shield the employer. If you are taking responsibility tomorrow and you come here and say that the money is not adequate enough, we will remind you of the responsibility you undertook, that you want to be shielded from any additional resources. So we demand a full value for money audit report in order to be able to support. Now, Mr. Speaker, we should let it get started. The last time I visited 37 military hospital, I said it on this floor that it needs urgent and eminent support. Arnold Ward, as I said. But Minister, you are reminded of the Kamina Hospital in Tamale. It has been in a very bad state in the last decade or more. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, the Honorable Eugene. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I speak in favor of the principle with an understanding that the minister will come back on all those outstanding issues to which the committee has spoken to, for us to know that he can get, and then the VVIP unit of the hospital, I've seen that you've made room for it. It served a number of important dignitaries in this country. We should accept it. The last time I went there was to visit Dr. Chabu of the Wamale Hospital. Then, how much you are spending on demolition exercise, Mr. Speaker, is also too much. General conditions of the contract. So, Mr. Speaker, with these comments, you can put the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leader, you want to say something? Then, hold on. I will suspend the House for 10 minutes before I come and listen to you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. Yes. Deputy Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Leader, let me be brief.
Mr. Speaker, I've always been brief, and I will be brief. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the committee's report, Mr. Speaker, every single detail is provided as to the scope of work. Mr. Speaker, if you pay attention to pages 6 and 7, phase A, scope of work, everything has been itemized. It's right there. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issue of value for money, we've raised it as a committee per paragraph 7.9 at page 12. Then again, issue of the streets, the justification, again, is been addressed at paragraph 7.8. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I know that we, as a House, at the plenary, enjoy the liberties of being constructive. But, Mr. Speaker, with particular attention to the contribution from Honorable Betra, and I know he knows I respect him highly. This Committee on Defense and Interior is a very competent committee, and we would encourage members that when sometimes you have issue with anything, you can run it by us. We are ever willing, available to listen to your views. But, Mr. Speaker, no impression must be created as though the committee did not know what it was doing. That, for the records, we must register that it is not the case. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered a detailed work, and I believe it is for this reason that we arrived at a consensus. We arrived at a consensus on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I shall thank you and pray that we take a vote on the matter. Thank you.
No, Honorable Bejuan, no. You've had a lot.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Speaker,
the question is,
deputy leader has mentioned my name.
Honorable Bejuan, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now we move to the resolution. Item number 46, page 26. The Deputy Minister, the Minister himself is here, yes. Yes, Minister, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that resolution number 46 on page 26 and 27 on today's order paper be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and the resolution has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor of the resolution, say aye. Those against the resolution, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the resolution is carried.
Mr. Speaker, motion number 36 on page 20. The question. Just put your question.
Mr. Speaker, on page 20, 36.
The offense one. Well, I believe if we resolve now, Honorable Member for offense, am I okay? Because since then I've been calling you, I wouldn't agree, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't agree, Mr. Speaker. I want to hear something from you.
Mr. Speaker, we do agree.
So, Honorable Iwai Opoko, just for the avoidance of doubt, you agree to the text of the motion. For the records, you do?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. You are indeed representing your people. Your people have seen what you've done. So the question is, let's turn to page number 20, item number 36. It's a motion that was deferred because of the misunderstanding of the location. So now I'll move the question, and the question, as many as are in favor of motion 36, say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 36 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. So we move to 37. 37. Deputy Minister for Health, you may take the resolution. Deputy Minister for Health, let's hear you for the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution listed 37 on page 21 of today's order paper be moved. I so move.
Yes. Who is seconding it? Yes. Honourable Member for Fijasi.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against the resolution say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 37 on today's order paper is hereby adopted.
Mr. Speaker, on page 8, E, that is item number 8E on page 8, laying of the paper by the ranking member, Dr. would do it. Yes, page 8, Mr. Speaker. E. E as in echo.
Yes, the chairman of the committee. Ranking member of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises on investigation into alleged injustice and unfair treatment of beneficiaries under the sanitation model of the Youth Employment Agency, YEA, by the service provider and the inability of the District Assembly's Common Fund, DACF, and the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, to disburse funds to the YEA in accordance with the formula for the distribution of the funds and the Youth Employment Agency Act.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, I invite you to order paper agenda, presentation and first reading of bill. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Afinoy.
Yes. Honourable members, let's take the addendum paper, presentation and first reading of bills. Yes, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 132 to seek your leave to withdraw the Fees and Charges Bill laid on Friday, December 17, 2021, to enable us relay a new bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The leave is granted. So you may now. The leave to withdraw the previous is granted. So, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I move to
That's what she did.
To ask the speaker for leave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw the fees and charges bill laid on Friday, 17 December 2021. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Who is seconding it?
I second the motion to withdraw.
Honourable members, those in favor of the withdrawal, say aye. Those against the withdrawal, say no. Non-members, the ayes have it. The withdrawal is hereby carried. So I now refer the withdrawal to Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the withdrawal was to enable the House consider the other paper addendum. So now it is ripe for laying. We needed to get that roadblock off the way to enable us lay this paper. So, Mr. Speaker, we are entirely in your hands in terms of directive.
So the previous one is withdrawn.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's withdrawn. Now we have to lay the new one. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is so.
So the minister, let's hear you. No.
An act to provide for fees and charges levied by ministries, departments, and agencies and related matters.
Honourable members, the report is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee. The bill is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Mr. Speaker, on Order Paper Addendum 2, at the commencement of public.
No, don't read.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we are proceeding to Order Paper Addendum 2, and the chairman of the committee shall, with your leave, proceed to lay. Say, I thank you.
We are in which page?
We are on Order Paper Addendum 2. Order Paper Addendum 2.
I don't have it.
Table of it.
Very well. So the chairman of the committee. Table of it, please.
Investigative report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the abysmal performance of the Black Stars at AFCON 2021 held in Cameroon.
Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable member, are you here? Are you giving me the attention? Yes. The paper is duly laid and it's for distribution to honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, nothing of parliamentary competence is available for consideration at this moment. We are therefore, there's no more business. Is that not what you want? Yeah, that means, you know. Speaker, there is nothing more for consideration, save that, Mr. Speaker, one item skipped us, 32. 32. Just the 32. We discussed. Mr. Speaker, it escaped. 32. Mr. Speaker. No, it's just a motion. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is time to close. Because I remember today at PCT, it was agreed that we'll bring the curtains down at 2 o'clock. The Speaker will be more than tolerant enough. I mean, 2.5 hours after the scheduled time, we are still here. Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to close. Please. We don't...
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker, you know, he is the head of the forces of darkness. Mr. Speaker, I can't declare war and win when he is in charge. I can't declare war and win when he's in charge. So that is why I am on bended knees praying that, Mr. Speaker, just this one that skipped us. I'm begging. Mr. Speaker, Doc. Yes, that's, I kept.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, please, we don't want, let's end well. We've been cooperative. I mean, even our ranking and list prepared for you. How much more cooperation do you need? Mr. Speaker, let's bring the curtains to an end. Please. You are saying no. I'm not threatening you. Mr. Speaker, please. I will move ahead to do the closing remarks for the leader.
Well.
Minority leader.
Well. So let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the time spent, I want the answered department to capture the minority leader's report as having been read, whilst I just raised some few salient issues. Mr. Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to thank our staff and everyone who works around the House to ensure that the business of the House moves smoothly. The Marshal Department, the Police Administration, the Press Corps, and to also thank our colleagues for the endurance that they have been able to withstand during these difficult few weeks, especially when we knew that the e-levy was hanging around our neck and people could not really do much. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to wish our colleagues, the Muslims, happy Ramadan Mubarak, and then our Christians, we pray that Easter will be celebrated in peace, and we pray that the sacrifices of Christ will be remembered during the Easter break. Mr. Speaker, we wish everyone safe trip back to their constituencies during this break, hoping that when Parliament resumes sometime in May, all of us will be here well and safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Can I hear Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I, with your leave, proceed with the closing remarks of the majority leader and leader of government business. But Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with the closing remarks, may I, with your leave, table for Hansa to capture for the records the closing remarks of the majority leader for the third meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament, as well as...
Honourable members, please, let's listen to, it's very important. All what we've done, the leaders are giving their remarks. It's important that we give them the hearing.
As well as the second meeting closing remarks. Mr. Speaker, for some unavoidable reasons, these two closing remarks were not made, and with your leave, these are being tabled for Hansa to capture same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having done so, I shall proceed with the remarks for today. Mr. Speaker, today being the 5th of April brings us to the end of our first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the 12-page remarks I shall also again, Mr. Speaker, pray that Hansa captures the entire remarks. Except that, Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to highlight some few. Mr. Speaker, this 8th is in itself and offers its own history in the politics of Ghana. Have we had such a parliament? And in spite of all difficulties, we rose to the occasion, especially when the public has so much expectation of us as a result of the rancorous December meeting. Mr. Speaker, today we are leaving this chamber back to our various constituencies and homes, knowing that even when we disagree, we can express same without being physical. Today, as a house, we agree that even if we disagree, we must use the tools available within the imperatives of the Constitution to resolve such disagreements. That in itself is good for democracy. Mr. Speaker, as a House and by our conduct, we have also demonstrated that we are a capable pillar of our democracy and will not do anything that would give hope to any adventurists to, as it were, terminate our otherwise flourishing democracy. Mr. Speaker, needless to bemoan the fact that this House was robbed of quality sitting hours due to masters such as quorum. Notwithstanding, the House did strive to work to discharge its representational, legislative, and oversight as well as other constitutional mandates. That notwithstanding, I wish to commend my colleagues from the Minority Caucus largely for their cooperation and contributions to the business of the House. Similarly, my colleagues from the Majority Caucus also deserve tons of commendation for their high level of forbearance in accommodating the divergent opinion and contributions of the minority caucus. I am confident that the second and third meetings of the second session will witness a more vibrant cohesion and a mutually beneficial relationship across the divide of the House. Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of January 2020, the country was hit with the devastating news of a huge explosion at Apiachi, a mining community near Bogoso in the Presidio Uni Valley district of the Western region. Unfortunately, the explosion claimed the lives of 17 people and injured about 59 others. The destructive nature of the blast also rendered several hundreds of people homeless and turned into a nightmare the dreams and aspirations of a whole town. Subsequent to the incidents, a high-powered delegation led by His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, visited Apiachi to commiserate with the people and families of those who lost their lives and also to ascertain and assess the impact of the explosion. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, on Tuesday, 25th January 2022, briefed the House on the preliminary investigations and actions taken by the government to mitigate the devastating effect of the explosion on the livelihood of the people of the Apiachi mining community. May the souls of the departed in this tragedy rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, the 23rd of February 2022, the White House was also briefed by the Executive Secretary of National Identification Authority, Prof. Ken Atifwa, on the registration of the citizenry towards acquisition of the ECOWAS identity card, also known as Ghana card, and other electronic registration currently ongoing in the country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to categorically state that Ghana is a good example of a mature democracy. It is rather most unfortunate to hear statements of instability in some parts of our country and coup-mongering, particularly from people who should know better and on social media platforms. For a country which prides herself as a peaceful one and an embodiment of hospitality, the brutality witnessed in savannah regions of our country is devastating and detrimental to the development of our nation. I urge compatriots and well-meaning Ghanaians in that area to cooperate with national security agencies and their traditional leaders to restore peace and calm for the ultimate good of our country. Indeed, it is our collective responsibility to leave a better Ghana for posterity. In that same vein, Mr. Speaker, our country has come a long way to become a center for development and direct foreign investment. I therefore encourage civil society organizations, the academic community, and the corporate Ghana to partner with Parliament and the Executive to make meaningful inputs and provide stimulating ideas backed by research and global experiences to enrich our efforts in making Ghana the flagship of socio-political economic advancement in West Africa in particular and in Africa in general. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Parliament remains a beacon of hope to champion our democracy. In this regard, may I call on colleagues in leadership to peg themselves of mistrust for each other. Trust and confidence are bedrocks of consensus building. Making unfounded allegations against colleague MPs, but especially among leadership, does not bode well for consensus building. Let me encourage all of us to engage in serious introspection and reconciliation with ourselves, with each other, and with our Creator God Almighty during Easter. Because for us Christians, Easter marks the period of atonement for our sins and reconciliation with God. Let us reflect and reconcile to keep the sanctity of this august house by assisting leadership in our quest to constantly engage in the spirit of consensus building. This, I believe, is a very significant step in responding to our core mandate of representing the interests of every Ghanaian devoid of political affiliation. Mr. Speaker, as the House rises today for the Easter holidays, I wish my colleagues a restful and a duty-conscious break. I am hopeful that honorable members will return with vigor and fresh ideas to boost the progress of the House. Mr. Speaker, in concluding on my remarks, not only, Mr. Speaker, do I say, happy have we met, happy are we parting, happy we meet again. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind audience. Thank you so much indeed.
Well. Honorable members, the Chief Whip, Honorable Muntaka, read the leader's closing remark, and the deputy leader also read the majority's closing remark. I'm also here to read the speaker's closing remarks. Closing remarks of the Right Honorable S.K. Babin, Speaker of Parliament, at the end of the first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. The leadership of the House, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament, management and staff of the Parliamentary Service, members of Parliamentary Press Corps, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great sense of responsibility and utmost satisfaction I bring to a close this first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament. As has been customary with the 8th Parliament, this meeting came with so much expectations and anticipation. It undoubtedly presented the legislature with another extraordinary, difficult time in the history of the 4th Republic. During this meeting, the House continued with critical oversight and accountability function. Along the way, we encountered difficulties with regards to the constitutional interpretation of long-held conventions of our standing orders since the inception of the First Republic. This, I believe, only sought to give deeper meaning to our parliamentary democracy. I am happy to say that in the end, though the issues is not completely resolved, the House is still standing strong and determined to fulfill the mandate which the good people of Ghana have bestowed on us. That is to see to their protection, to see to the provision of the basic needs, and to see to the achievement of our collective and common aspirations. I trust that all these challenges shall soon be over, and Ghanaian, our democracy, will be the winners for it. According to Joshua J. Marine, a renowned American author known for his quote, and I quote, "Challenges are what makes life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful," unquote. The nature of the 8th Parliament has demanded that the legislature and the executive work together more than ever before, due to the very composition of the House. The days when the House was controlled by decisions which always went in favor of one side and which sought to only front for the executive are no more. It is for this reason that the House during this meeting went through some tough periods. Aside that, the recent Supreme Court's interpretation of Article 102 and 104 of the Constitution has posed further challenges to the well-known law conventions and practices and customs of Parliament. I personally hold a strong opinion on that interpretation, as it only goes to make the work of the House more difficult and may slow down decision-making. It is my hope that a review of that ruling should end up giving a broader consideration to the issues guiding the day-to-day running of parliamentary business. The weakness in the interpretation, I believe, is what the minority is seeking to test in the Supreme Court concerning the constitutionality of the passing of the electronic levy bill. It is my fervent prayer that finality will be brought to this matter in the interest of all Ghanaians. Aside the e-levy and the accompanying drama that unfolded in the House, it was my expectation that this meeting would see the House speed up work on the bill on the promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values. This bill touches the very heart and minds of many Ghanaians, as they hold high esteem the culture, norms, and traditions that were handed over to us by our great ancestors who came before us. Culture, norms, and traditions which give meanings to our identity as people and our very existence. Honorable members, despite the hard work and dedication of the House in its quest to serve the good people of Ghana, a few members over the period have not lived up to the expectations of their constituents. I find it very difficult to understand why honorable members of this august House would decide to stay away from the business of the House for days without permission. I do not understand why MPs will refuse to participate in very important business of the House. This tendency has led to a number of premature adjournments on several occasions and delayed decisions on issues that are essential to the country's development and growth. I have had to draw your attention to the slow pace of work of various committees that is delaying many bills and businesses before the House. These must be taken seriously as they are important building blocks for national development. Bear in mind that delays always breeds danger, and to protract a great design is often to ruin it. So says Miguel de Cervantes, a Spanish novelist. Our own Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Amwakwata, will tell you, hurry up, double up, you are far behind, we are leaving you behind. Quote Amwakwata 2021. Honorable members, I was privileged to open a new press office for our parliamentary press corps during this meeting. Just yesterday, I also swore into office the newly elected executive of the parliamentary press corps. We all know the critical role the media plays to complement what we do as the legislature. Consequently, I have had the occasion to request media houses to assign experienced journalists to the House, as reporting on the work of Parliament requires a lot of experience and gravitas as journalists. In as much as we accord the media great respect in recognition of what we do, we will also encourage them to be circumspect in their reportage as these go a long way to shape public opinion on how parliamentary business is conducted. I expect that the media, at all times, to provide accurate report on proceedings on the floor of the House and other matters bordering on the institution of Parliament, to have untruth and falsehood published about Parliament is not only unethical, but also very dangerous to our experiment in parliamentary democracy. This meeting has also seen Parliament continue with its bilateral relations with the parliaments of several other countries. These include Nigeria, Hungary, Kenya, and Finland, just to mention a few. We hosted the 82nd Executive Meeting of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association African Region at the Labadi Beach Hotel in Accra here on Monday, the 8th March 2022. We also participated in 144th Interparliamentary Union Conference held in Bali, Indonesia from 22nd to 24th March 2022. These associations help foster cordial relationship among countries and also help to build network with legislatures across the globe. Additionally, it offers us the opportunity to gain more understanding of legislative issues, learn and adopt best practices for parliamentary business, and increase productivity as individual MPs and as a House. Honorable members, another opportunity is offered us by the recess to connect with the people upon whose mandate we find ourselves in this House. This short period includes the Muslim fast, which began a few days ago. The Christians also look forward to Easter and many others. I humbly request you to use this period to build stronger relations and bonds with your constituents. Visit them in their homes, the mosques, in the churches, and demonstrate to them that their hopes and aspirations remain foremost in your mind. Let me also draw your attention to the fact that this period is usually characterized by so many insecurity across the length and breadth of the country. It is a time when many road accidents also occur. I therefore advise that you take paramount interest in your safety in our roads. Drive cautiously and keep safe at every material moment, as the House needs each and every one of you back safe and sound. I also encourage commuters on our various roads to be protective of their lives and the lives of other road users and drive cautiously. Road accidents aside, the various security services should be adequately resourced to handle any criminal activities or security threats that may arise during the Easter period. Following the lifting of the COVID-19 restrictions, it is expected that many recreational centers will again see the gathering of thousands, particularly our beaches. Let us advise our constituents to endeavor to keep themselves safe at every material time during this season. COVID-19 is still real, despite the lifting of the restrictions. Its potential impact on our health aside, we have seen our economy battered partially by the catastrophe of COVID-19. As part of our general safety, let us encourage all our constituents to take advantage of the free vaccination program to get their jabs. Personal safety measures like nose mask wearing, social distancing and frequent hand washing must not be abandoned, though not mandatory. We must continue to protect ourselves and our personal health. This, I believe, will go a long way to reduce the spread and eventually halt its negative impact on the country. Honorable members, as we bring this meeting to a close, let us reflect on our service to this great nation and the people we serve. The recent CDD survey, which revealed that many Ghanaians wish to seek greener pastures elsewhere, is a clear indication. It's a clear indication of the hopelessness and despair among Ghanaians. This is worsened by the current economic difficulties confronting the nation. I believe our utmost priority as a legislature is to contribute to make this nation better than we met it and to create better living conditions for our people. That must be our overriding objectives. I encourage the people of this country not to despair, but rather be determined to see Ghana through these difficulties. The challenges we have will and should not intimidate us. This is the time to come together in one accord, to work together to restore this nation to its past glory and to build a better future for generations yet to come. As we rise today and head for our constituencies, let us all spare time to prepare adequately for the next meeting. It is my desire that we return fully energized for the many tasks ahead. Let us also rededicate ourselves to using our hands as members of Parliament to take those decisions that help to improve upon the living conditions of our people and move Ghana out of the current challenges. On behalf of the leadership of the House and the management of the parliamentary service, do once again accept my appreciation for the contribution of all of you to the success of this sitting and first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament, which ends today. I hope to see you all back, hale, hearty, and cheerful for the remaining business of the session. I thank you for your attention. Yes, honorable members, this is the closing remarks of the honorable speaker who quoted our own uncle to hurry up. So on that note, let me come to you, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, the sovereign of the House, who sits on the east, has spoken. The day ends at your command, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, available leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we are in your hands. With the time is past 2 o'clock, so we are in your hands.
Very well, the time is far spent. We don't need any motion for adjournment. I would like to also thank all of you, for your cooperation and your support for Mr. Speaker and my humble self. I thank you so much. On that note, the House will adjourn sine die.
Mr. Speaker, it appears you don't want to adjourn.
Honourable members,
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I see the finance minister in the house. I see him.
You want to rescind the
I see him in his sparkling white. Mr. Speaker, perhaps he has some message for us. And so, Mr. Speaker, before you adjourn the house, let us hear him. The Exchequer, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I want to hear him. Yes, on this auspicious day, Mr. Speaker, Easter beckons. Let's hear the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I thank you.
Speaker, the finance minister has come. He properly came. He came properly prepared. But Mr. Speaker, he came for his own. The Easter will benefit with his own. That notwithstanding, since it's for all of us, even those who abandon him, he would communicate to them. Mr. Speaker, gavel.
Mr. Speaker, leader said his own. You mean his own in the house or his own on the other side of the house? I just want to be guided.
Honourable members, I'm about to adjourn, but I cannot decide not to see my former speaker. So let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rather surprised about what my very good friend opposite said. He said he can see the finance minister. I want to inform him that in the chamber, the only person who can see other people is the speaker. So he cannot see the finance minister. He cannot see the finance minister. It is only the speaker. So you can ask the speaker whether he sees the finance. Can't you say, ask him whether he sees the finance minister?
Honourable member for South Dye. Honourable members, once again, let me thank you so much. The House stands adjourned sine die.